Rocky Angel 666.
If this isn't the coolest shit of all time, I'm blaming you for.
Dude, it is. This is my like. If I had to rate Instagram profiles, and I'm pretty damn meticulous, or not meticulous, like picky, I'd give this dude 10.
You mean
Like
just
he's nude, playing the theremin, goes to Burning Man. And his art is like transcendental. I don't know what more you want.
is he like Samoan?
What does that even mean?
From Samoa?
Why do you think he's from Samoa?
Dude, this theremin thing is tight as fuck.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
So what is that? How? I gotta look up how that fucking instrument works. That shit's baller.
Yeah. I told you. And this guy plays it, and he, like, in the desert at Burning Man at, like, sunrise. Or just in his, like, his house. Naked.
It is widely regarded as the first electronic musical instrument. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that shit is cool.
Very.
Normally, people come in here and they're like, "You gotta look this up," and I'm like, "Go fuck yourself." And I'm like, "I don't give a shit." But that's a winner, dog. That shit's cool. Does he show his face?
I mean, yeah, you can see his face in a lot of the posts. Usually he has face paint on.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's one without him having face paint, but you can get the general makeup out of his face pretty well.
Yo, dog, what was his name again? I just lost his.
Rocky Angel 666.
I'm gonna follow him. I don't follow people because everybody sucks, but I'll follow him.
Who knows? He might.
Okay, so now I'm gonna look at his art. I just like him because of that fucking instrument. That instrument's tight as fuck. He likes pool too, which is tight. All right, how does he get away with nudity on his Instagram?
I think he does a pretty decent job at hiding it. Like he's using the way the camera is set up. It's like the theremin is blocking his genitals.
Yeah,
which is pretty amazing. I believe.
But it has his it has his bare ass.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Oh, he's wearing.
I don't think anyone reports
Hold on.
because it's just
Hold on.
amazing.
It seems like for the front, he wears like a little loincloth or like a. Oh yeah, he does. He wears a loincloth, or like a. He wears he wears a thong outside.
Yeah, I think that the Instagram moderation AI is just like, wow, this guy's too awesome. He gets a hall pass.
His art is really beautiful.
Yeah, no, I like it.
I ask if he's Samoan.
I'm curious, like, what he actually is like as a person. I imagine he's a pretty interesting dude.
Word dog. Okay, are you ready for a new word? A new phrase?
Yes. Is it Newfie?
It's very newfie, dog. So I have been sending my I've been sending articles to different journals to get published, and I've also been sending like shorter articles, more like short essay, not even short essays, but like at least 1,000 words to like Jewish journals and they just take a long time to get back to you, like 6 to 8 weeks or whatever. But like I write on some religious topics and that are legitimate. Like these articles should be published and they shouldn't just be on my Medium page or whatever. Um, but I was writing one yesterday, and and there's this phrase that came out that is exactly what I do. I'd never heard it, but I'd never heard it in scientific terms though. So you know how I say I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for, you know how I say that.
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it has a scientific phrase that I didn't know about for like 4 fucking years. It's called CHDI, Continuous Human Data Infrastructure. How tight is that? Continuous Human Data Infrastructure.
That is dope.
Word, dog.
What did that like acronym describe before, like, other than the streamer? Just any continuous human data point.
Let's look it up.
Did you fucking eat that ham? Did you just eat this fucking ham? Oh no.
It is a specific data set of province and prefecture level human development data. The search results indicate that the CHDI dataset leverages authoritative sources like 2020 census data for metrics such as mean year schooling and government educational plans for gross enrollment rates to achieve finer spatial resolution than national or provincial estimates. It's actually still not really. I don't know. That's what AI defined it as of what I'm doing. I didn't even ask it to. I was just like, I stream my life 24 hours a day, write a 10,000 word essay on this, and it doesn't do it. There are some really simple things that AI does not do. Like I was watching this one thing, believe it or not, on Fire and the Kid. They had this one guy on who was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go for a run. Please time it for me." And then he went and he was gone for like 5 seconds, and he comes back and he's like, "How long did that take?" And AI was like, ChatGPT was like, "That took 7 minutes." And he's like, "Okay, no, it didn't. I'm gonna do it again." And he did it for like 3 seconds, and he's like, "How long did that take?" And ChatGPT is like something like 10 minutes. He's like, "That's not right." So he sent it to Sam Altman, and Sam Altman was like, "Oh, we're working on this or some bullshit. We fixed it or whatever." And then he did it again, it didn't work. And I do the same thing with ChatGPT. I'll be like, write a 2,000 word essay on whatever the topic is, make sure it has this in it and this in it, and uses these sources or whatever. And then it'll give me what I wanted, but only like 1,200 words. And I'll be like, do a word count. And it'll be like 1,200 words. And I'll be like, yeah, I said, how many words did I say? They're like, oh, 2,000 words. Sorry about that. We'll fix it right now. And then it'll give me another essay, and then I'll be like, how many words is that? And it'll be like 1,100 words. So the way around this is
I just write it like at the end of the prompt, just like write 10,000 words. If you run out of characters, like or like are ending the message without completing the full 10,000 words, just pause it, and I'll press period to indicate to continue like writing until it's finished.
That's a good idea.
Or something like that.
That's a good idea. I also just sometimes give it an outline and say, all right, give me in 2,000 words or whatever, parts 1 through 3 of the outline. And then once that's done, I will move on to the next section, and then the next section, the next section, or whatever. But yeah, I've been asking people to be on their podcasts as well. And I've gotten some bites. Nobody, well, one guy said he'll do it. But he has like a small podcast, which is fine. I'm fine with being on small podcasts. The key to me is to be on a podcast that is more information about myself on the internet that I don't control. so that it's if my shit gets deleted, which it occasionally does, then they don't generally delete other people's stuff about me. So that's really important to me. And I've got I noticed in this podcast that I did on Monday, I've known that I do this. There are some words that I use constantly, and you don't really recognize that there are some words that you use unless you hear yourself or somebody else makes you aware of it. And I use this word constantly because I'm very safe in what I say generally because I don't like being wrong. And so I use a lot of qualifiers. I won't say exactly what it is, but I just hearing myself. Anyway, I'm going to use the restroom and then we're going to watch. Uh, are we going to watch the rest of the Bob Lazar interview?
Yep, sounds good.
And then we're going to watch Area 51 S4 and Bob Lazar. And then, if you're still up, we're going to watch the new Bob Lazar. That's the plan.
That'd be hot. All right.
That's what I like to hear. Okay.
Watch the new one though.
No.
New one first.
No, not even close, dog. What do you think you're dealing with, dog? We saved the newest for last.
No.
Yeah. That's how it works, son.
We'll take your words.
Okay. Just a moment. I have to hit one button. Actually, I have to hit one more button. Perhaps. Because I have to.
Discover how the theremin works.
Dog, I know how it works. I invented it. 1920 to 1926. I'm the Russian guy. All right. Bob Lazar time, son.
Yeah. Also, I watched this documentary maybe a year ago or something. It's called Cosmic Mildew, and I mean I don't know if it's completely accurate, but it seems fairly scientific, at least for some of it. And it's like this Russian documentary is like part of it, and then part of it is talking just like a bunch of crazy facts about mildew and fungus and parasites and bacteria, and it's like mind blowing.
That's bother.
So it's on the list.
Okie doke.
All right, Mr. Lazar.
I don't say this enough, but thank you so much for streaming this stuff.
Yeah, you never said that before, but no problem.
I know that's why I said I don't say it enough.
Fuck, do you remember the timestamp we're at?
Yeah, 69 minutes.
What?
69 minutes.
Okay. You can see my screen.
Yes, sir, beautifully.
I think Bob has a good point here.
I agree. I agree. That's why I wanted to start at 69 minutes. I knew it was a little early, but it's an excellent point. Did you see that? Did you?
Literally just you can buy it so much easier and less hassle.
Did you see that Joe Rogan today said that the war was started by Trump to hide the Epstein files?
I didn't I didn't see that.
Remember when you rebuked that idea?
Um, well, I mean, the fact that everyone's posting about it almost validates my theory.
That doesn't validate your theory at all. If anything, that reinforces my theory.
No, it reinforces my theory because I said like you're not going to erase it out of the public's perception, and so even if he tries to create a decoy, there's all these influencers that are like calling the kettle black or whatever, and saying like, no, look, he started this war before the Epstein file. Like Joe Rogan, I don't know how many followers he has, probably a lot.
20 million on YouTube, which is huge.
So, like I said, it's not easy to just people probably won't forget.
Okay, well, all I hear is I was right, but that's cool.
Okay. Whatever floats your boat. was a mind fuck of an idea.
What are you saying specifically?
What?
What are you saying specifically?
Um, just that the anti-gravity stuff is not just like a propulsion system. It's like basically saying how like you control time itself.
Yes, yes. Oh, wholeheartedly,
Technology.
wholeheartedly agree with that. If that exists, apologies. Force fields exist. Time travel exists. It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, I really like the. It's mind blowing. It's like with enough technology, you literally like control time, and it's like, gravity is time, and what was the other thing you said was time?
Force field.
Like, yeah.
Oh, um, well, energy maybe.
Can I rewind that a little bit?
Please do. Yeah, that's really important. Gravity is time and space is time.
Yes. Can you still hear the audio?
Yep.
Okay. That's a strange hiccup in the story to me. That this guy who was literally like one of the like 7 people on Earth that have seen a fucking UFO doesn't give a shit about UFOs.
I love that part of it. I absolutely think that is incredible.
It's just so no, but does that make sense to you though? Like if you were like such a small percentage of people that get a glimpse into such like profound technology as he states, why would he not care about other people's UFO reports? Does it not seem strange at all? Or am I crazy?
No, not at all. I feel as if it's like in my opinion, like a really hot girl who knows she's extremely hot, who just has other interests aside from just banging dudes.
I'm sorry. Redo this metaphor. What the fuck were you saying?
All right, it's like your fucking next door neighbor who has a ton of other interests as opposed to just like she has like dudes all over who want to bang her. And her interest isn't banging dudes. Her interest is helping animals.
Okay.
So that bitch
I
is
mean,
that
so
bitch
Bob
is
Lazar,
so Bob Lazar is like a
people just
really
want to
hot
give him
girl.
that UFO dick, and he's like, no.
The Bob Lazar is like a really hot girl. We'll remove your neighbor from it, but just imagine just a beautiful woman who could be just jumping on every fucking alpha dick in the world and getting really into it and getting married and getting starting podcasts and going on vacation and doing all kinds of stuff like that. But she refuses. She's focused on other things like reading or art or animals or something. That's what I love about Bob Lazar. If he were like, yeah, I touched this thing and blah 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 blah, like I've heard these guys talk before. The guys who are like, I did I did all this kind of stuff. Okay, uh, and then they want to like tell the world about it, and that's cool. But there's something like um, I go about those cases with suspicious caution, but like still want to hear them out. Bob Lazar's the opposite. Bob Lazar's like, I don't like this subject. I like physics. That's why I was recruited at S4. Not because I was into aliens. If I was into aliens, they wouldn't want me. I was into physics. And that's what's fascinating to me about it. He's
I
he's more
sure
into
go
it.
on.
He's more into aliens now than he was 10 years ago or 15 years ago. 10 or 15 years ago, I don't know if he really knew the Betty and Barney Hill. He's been forced to have discussions with people over these things, and they've been like, you need to know who this is. I mean, we'll talk about those cases at another time because they're absolutely fascinating. They're from the 1960s in New Hampshire, and they're about alien abductions, which are absolutely fascinating. But in this case, with the Bob Lazar story, it's like he has his mind on other things, which, in my opinion, makes him even more credible. He doesn't need this. He doesn't need to go on the UFO podcast circuit. He's got his own business. He's happily with it. He's happy in his own skin, in his own uh, privacy, and that's what I think is amazing about him.
Okay, but I understand that, and I don't think that any of that is wrong necessarily, but I think that even even if you're obsessed with physics, if you see an actual alien UFO technology that he's describing, you'd probably become extremely curious with aliens and UFO technology because you've actually been one of like the super rare amount of people that have interacted with that technology, and he would probably think that, oh shit, all of these accounts of people saying all these things are probably real, and the subject isn't just like fiction. There's actually substance to it, and I get that he loves physics, but I think that like 99 out of 100 people, if they actually walked into a room and saw a real anti-gravity propulsion system and technology that's just like hundreds of thousands of years and like more advanced than anything we have, they'd probably be curious and start investigating UFOs more, not just shrug it off and go, man, physics, futuristic physics.
Yeah, I mean, there's an aspect of this that is sad to him. He lost his wife over this issue, and he's lost.
How is that the fault of technology? I mean, I guess he was paid to study the technology, but the UFO tech isn't necessarily to blame for that.
No, it's not, but it would be like, dude, every time I go into this, it reminds me that like my life was threatened. It ruined my life. They tried to ruin me financially. My wife divorced me over this, or we got a divorce over it. She cheated on me. Not only did she cheat on me, but the whole world knows she cheated on me. I want to put that behind me and I want to move forward. I like physics. I don't like getting into aliens because frankly they didn't teach me that much about aliens when I was there. They talked about the propulsion and the
That should be even more like more of a if they're trying to keep that like hush and secret. Maybe one thing if they're like, yeah, aliens made this, let's go explore, but they're like actively not saying anything about that because that's exactly what it is to try and like keep it a secret or whatever. It's like even more of a cover up that they're trying to do blatantly. You should spark more curiosity. I don't
okay.
know.
Um let's think
Okay,
of it.
I want you to try to make my argument like uh, fully logical and sound, like 50 AIs amalgamated.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is that this should have injected a passion unlike any person ever with Bob Lazar because he could actually verify what happened with his own eyes. He touched it, and he should have gotten really deep into the different alien races and abductions. And how could this not cause this passion to be inflamed within him, ignited within him? He, if he's telling the truth, that's what should have happened. And maybe,
Yeah, I mean, it's like you come into contact with like literal miracles, and then you just like shrug it off, and you're like, yeah, whatever.
well, I mean, there's an aspect of him too that he his life has been endangered by this. They when he went on the news on the Las Vegas CBS affiliate, they put him like in a shadow and they tried to change his voice, but the bosses knew. They called him right afterward, and they said the phrase that they used was something like, "Do you know how badly you just messed up?" Like, you don't know who these people are. You're working for Navy intelligence. They could kill you. So, in my opinion, I would want to get as far away from that event as possible. And if it brought back bad memories, I wouldn't want to get into it. You also, he never talks about this in the Joe Rogan discussions, but they, this is an interesting thing. They they did all kinds of tests on him before he actually went up to S4. This actually is the part that I find more fascinating than even the part he talks about here. And I know Joe knows about this. I don't know why he doesn't talk about it, but I've heard literally like every interview that Bob Lazar has done publicly in the last 35 years. I hate to say it, but I'm kind of like a Bob Lazar uh, biographer in my own way. I'm not, but like there are people who know more about him, but I know a lot about him. And I can tell you that one of the things that he talks about is they did a when you like whenever you're working in these places, sometimes they'll do it's called like a 34 point or 32 point, something like that. Um, allergen test on your back to see if you're allergic to anything when you go up there. And also when they briefed him, they said that the the U.S. government was aware that aliens had done at least 64 different DNA modifications on the human genome, and also uh, they did something to him that caused him to forget his memory. Um, and it was almost like they could use this kind of concoction. He called it a cocktail of some sort, and I don't remember if he drank it or if they put it in intravenously, but it caused issues with his memory, and they don't talk about that in the Joe Rogan discussion, but there were those aspects about it as well. So if they're putting a cocktail in you, perhaps that makes you forget things, it could also maybe make you just not interested in the subject matter that you're in. But I really don't necessarily credit it to that. I credit it to he had a very good friend, John Lear, who was obsessed with this stuff. They got in trouble with the Nye County Sheriff's Department. They got taken to the sheriff's station when they went in the RV. Um, his friend was obsessed with it. And if your friend was obsessed with it, it'd be like, look, calm down. And he's like, no, you got to go on the TV show. You got to go on the TV station. And then he goes on the TV station. They threaten him. His wife is cheating on him. It's just like a lot. It's too much. And on top of that,
did Bob Lazar not go like searching in the desert in his RV for the UFO?
yeah, he did. And they got it on video. That video still exists.
Really? I have not seen that video.
We can look it up after this. Yeah, it's grainy because it's just taken from like a 1980s camcorder in the darkness. But yeah, and so here's what happened.
Was he alone or with his buddy?
No. He took his ex-wife, his John Lear's RV. It was John Lear's RV, the pilot, and then their other friend Gene Huff. So the four of them went up there to Groom Lake or Area 51, whatever you want to call it. And the reason why they did it on a Wednesday night because the test flights of this craft were done on Wednesday night. And the reason why they were done on Wednesday night is because that's when traffic in the area on the highway was of the lowest rate. So basically, it was the least populated time on this highway, and you had to go off the highway to be able to see this. And you'll see it rises up just like he talked about, and that's how he was able to show his friends that he wasn't lying, that this stuff really existed. These are excellent questions. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does, but he's still curious enough, or you're saying he wanted to prove to his friends that it existed. I mean, you can ask ChatGPT, like, what are the odds that someone comes across miracle technology and just does not want to care about? I mean, I get the additional context of fearing for his life and negative association with possible brainwash or whatever, but his mind clearly, by the Joe Rogan experience, is still working just fine. And also, I think that, like, based on the interviews I've seen, he seems like a open enough person already that, like, Joe wouldn't have to, like, get him drunk to try and coerce him into saying stuff.
I agree. I don't know why. I agree entirely, but I've never been a huge fan that Joe Rogan does that. But you've got to think that Joe Rogan's just trying to get a little extra out of him, and
I mean, it makes Joe Rogan look bad when it's like, hey, Bob Lazar has like forgotten what he's trying to say multiple times.
I agree.
Because you're basically doping him.
I agree. I don't like that Joe Rogan has done this twice now. Like, it'd be like one thing if, okay, we got him drunk the first time. But no, now we've done it twice. That's, to me, kind of like not cool of Joe Rogan. That's when I saw that they'd been drinking initially. I was like, come on, dude. Like, that's going to hurt your credibility on this 25 years from now when people are like, yeah, Joe Rogan had Bob Lazar on his podcast, but he was drunk both times, so maybe he was just telling tales, like he, like. But then there are other aspects that hey, they're human, they're humans, they like to do what they want to do, and when these guys go hang out, they the first time they did it, I want to, I thought it was at Joe's other place, but they go out to dinner and they um like get drunk or like have a good time. Okay, so I'm gonna look up the answer to your question, which is an excellent
Do you
question.
think they were pre-gaming?
Oh yeah,
'Cause,
oh yeah, for sure. I think they they have had at least two whiskeys
okay, and Bob Lazar does not seem like the type of guy that drinks like ever.
ever, exactly. But it's basically like Bob. It almost shows me more credibility to Bob that he isn't known as a drinker. In all of these stories, he's never been a drinker. And in fact, to work up there, you can't be a drinker. Like, you can't do drugs. He's always been very straight line. Oh, and I want to talk about that prostitution issue that we talked about last night. So I looked
Pandering, pimping,
pandering, exactly.
crimping.
Um, he was basically coerced into accepting that charge. He didn't have good. Um, he didn't have good uh, representation, and it even says in the documents that the assistant prosecutor strong armed him into taking that charge, so that he would like basically he would say like, okay, so I don't have to do any jail time, I'll do whatever it takes. And they're like, okay, well, we're going to say that you told this woman to start being a hooker. And he's like, look, just so long as it means I'm not going to have to do any jail time, sure, I have to go to the local soup kitchen for 120 hours, I'll do it. And they're like, fine. But it did not seem like he did.
Yeah, no, they give him a plea deal that makes them look not as like the prosecutors look as good as possible.
Exactly. And you know what he did? I've had girls come in here and they're like, Rib, I have nowhere to go, I have nowhere to turn to, I don't know what to do. And I I'm someone who doesn't taboo. I think that sex work is taboo. I think that it should be legalized and for consenting adults. That's a very important caveat. For consenting adults. And I've told women, some of whom have been like, I can't believe that you would recommend that. But it's like, look, you're going to freeze to death in a car. You have no alternative. They won't take you in a homeless shelter, you've said. You have nowhere to go.
What happened to Audie? She used to come in here.
Yeah, I had to mute her. She
I
had,
liked her.
yeah, she had some mental issues though, where once every 30 days or so, she has a breakdown, and she sent Miss Aquarius all kinds of mean messages. She sent mean,
I don't know.
yeah, and like Miss Aquarius, she's like the nicest lady.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so Audie still watches my streams, and she's welcome in here, but I have her muted. But it was a case of an individual. There have been a few of them where people who like had nowhere to turn, and I'm like, I don't think it's that big of a deal to be an escort there. And here's why. That's basically what every housewife has been since the dawn of time. It's basically the exchange of goods or services for shelter and security. And to me, that's a fine thing. I don't think that's a big
It's
deal.
the oldest occupation.
Absolutely. And in my own way, I've been a sex worker. I've been a gigolo. I've been paid by women to have sex. I mean, that to me is not that big of a deal. To it doesn't make me any worse than anybody else. In fact, it makes me even more of a pimp. And from a woman's perspective, I understand that it can, cause issues. But in my opinion, uh, it's not that big of a deal. Now, if I advised women to do that who had nowhere else to turn. It's not like these people were like, oh, well, I could go work at McDonald's. No, no, no. I recommended that already. I recommended getting an education.
It's the last resort.
Exactly. It's literally, like, this is how I saw it. You're going to freeze to death in your car. You have no alternative. You've told me you have no alternative. Or you basically get a roof over your head and get heat and get a meal in your stomach, and you have to go through. Not saying it's enjoyable, but to some people it is. uh, I understand, and it's not like you have to kiss the guy. It's not like it's skin to skin contact necessarily, like you can, he's wearing a condom or whatever. I don't think that that's that big of a deal. But guess what, in the world of pandering, that could, you could make an argument that that is pandering. Now, is that what Bob Lazar did? He, within the documents, and I didn't go too deeply into it, but it was like he told a woman that she could be a prostitute for money, um, and that she could recruit other women to do it, which is legal in some cities in Nevada. It just didn't happen to be in the one that they were. So I don't know. To me, it is very. It's like I don't want to say anything specifically, but uh, like
There's worse crimes you could commit.
yeah, exactly. And uh, does this discredit what he talks about? In my opinion, no. If anything, it is neutral or gives him more credibility that he's had his whole life just drugged through the critiques of the people of history. Okay, but we were talking about the alien aspect of it, and I'm going to look up that question that you asked about Bob Lazar. Yo, dog. So Bob
Thank
Lazar
you.
became like uh, a private figure after his disclosure of Area 51. What would make someone do that? Why didn't he want to really get into aliens and become like a spokesperson about this? Now, I do know that his life was threatened and that it perhaps didn't seem like it was in his personality. But what other reasons could have been why he did not become a UFO aficionado?
Given that he was interacting with miraculous technology, what are the odds?
Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. And, so, Bob Lazar merged. Okay, claim and motivation withdrawing from public UFO. Lazar has repeatedly stated that he did not seek fame, and the public attention complicates his life. In interviews, he said, "I'm not out here giving UFO lectures of producing tapes. I'm not in the UFO business. I'm not the UFO guy. It makes it very difficult for me." He added that it's actually beneficial for him if people don't believe his story, because skepticism reduces unwanted attention and scrutiny. This suggests a deliberate effort to distance himself from the UFO community, not to protect secrets, but to live a quieter life. Personality and lifestyle preferences. Lazar's background reveals a nonconformist, technically driven personality, more interested in engineering than activism. Before his UFO claims, he was known for building a jet powered Honda and co creating Desert Blast, a secretive pyrotechnics event focused on extreme do-it-yourself events. I forgot about this. He used to do this thing in the middle of the desert every year where they would buy as many fireworks as possible and blow them up. He just loved, like, it was almost like Burning Man before Burning Man.
Well, he likes pyrotechnics, given that he said on the podcast that
It-
on
it
4th of July they should just
Well,
launch a nuke.
exactly. Uh, this pattern indicates Lazar identifies more as a maverick physicist or inventor than a whistleblower or truth seeker in the public sense. His focus appears to be on scientific exploration and private experimentation, not public advocacy. Credibility management. Lazar has maintained remarkable consistency in his story for over 35 years, rarely adding new details or dramatizing events. He claims that he claims this is because if you have a lie, you have one lie, implying that changing the story would expose falsehoods. By avoiding the UFO circuits, he sidesteps association with less credible figures, other theories, or commercial adventures, books, tours, merchandise that could undermine his narrative. Staying out of the spotlight may be a strategic choice to preserve perceived authenticity. But the thing is, he doesn't care about it. He's not making money. Joe Rogan doesn't pay you to be on the podcast. Yeah, Bob Lazar is Joe Rogan's highest rated podcast of all time. Don't you think that Bob Lazar knows that and he could say, well, I could just start my own podcast and make bongo kinds of money. He doesn't want that. He wants to work at
Do the
United.
guests get no royalties, just clout?
That's correct. They do the podcast, and generally people do any podcast, not always, but for visibility. It's publicity. It's not. You don't get paid generally. Now, let's say you want to get a really big uh, guest on your program, then sometimes they have a number. Usually it's like $10,000, $5,000 to $10,000. I can tell you, Fighter and the Kid, to get some of their bigger guests on back in the day, they were paying $5,000 to $10,000, but they had the money to do it then. I can tell you that.
Fighter and the Rapist?
Yeah, I can tell you that I personally have paid to be on podcasts. When I first started, I paid people to be on their podcasts. I would go on Fiverr and people would be like, for $20 we'll interview you, and that's how I got some of my first interviews, because no one knew who I was. And AI didn't exist where you could just look me up. It was like very clouded in who I was, and you couldn't just get a description of everything that I do. um, so anyway, for those reasons, there you can either pay to be on the podcast if you're a guest who's really small and want some visibility. It can be done for free, or the podcast can pay you to be on if you're a big guest. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, at least in Joe Rogan's case, the guests are their flight is paid for, and their hotel for like 2 days is paid for, and I believe they get like a per diem, like for their meals. In this case, Joe takes them out to dinner or whatever, and he's going to show them all his toys and his cars and Teslas and stuff. But um, in the case of
Crossbow accuracy on the target.
which, yeah, exactly. In the other cases though, like let's just say, like, I don't know, Brett Weinstein, those guys who he has on all the time, they get, I believe, a per diem. They get their flight taken care of. They get the hotel, and then they also get, but they're not paid. They just do it for the
Who?
visibility.
This is an unrelated kind of question. I mean, not really. It's on the subject of YouTube, but do you have a list of like the top futurists on YouTube for like podcast guests and I guess like channels?
Off the top of my head, no. I do get people who mention them to me. The best way to get that is just through ChatGPT.
Okay. So you don't have like are you in any like futurist Reddit groups or like?
Yeah, I'm in.
How do you even obtain the information on the future?
I'm in them all. Oh, hey, it's Zoo. Zoo, how you living, big man?
Zoo.
What's up, big dog?
Rabbi.
What up, big man?
Are you large?
Yes.
I had a dream last night, and it was real. Felt real. I went to a place, and they told me the cyber wars are coming. They said that eventually one day everyone's messages will be leaked, and every message that you've ever sent will be leaked to the whole world.
I agree with that.
You agree?
Yeah, I've talked about it in the past. That, like, if we look at like Rome as a previous civilization, and we look at their documents. Enough time has passed that nobody cares about privacy of other civilizations, and so they let these things be disclosed. So yes, I think every communication in the history of humankind that's accessible, and perhaps ones that aren't currently accessible, will be made public to the future generations of the world.
Why do they have all these laws? I think they have them in Australia where your messages after a certain time they can't be used as evidence in court. Well,
Well, that's not the same in the United States.
it's not.
No.
Statute of limitations.
No, it's not a statute of limitations. It's just that you can't prove that someone sent the messages. There's no way. Like, someone could send a message under my name, but unless I show up to the location, there's no way of proving that it was me that sent that message.
Okay, well, I don't know about your fancy Australian laws, but in the United States, let's say you committed a crime. Years later, if it is shown that you're the person who sent the communications, charges can be pressed against you.
Right. Say I had a plan. I had a plan to kill someone, right? But I had just sent messages, right? But I never went to the location that I sent you the messages. I said, let's meet up and kill this person. We'll meet at this location, but we never went to that location. You can't prove that it was me that sent those messages.
Okay.
No, they would gather probable evidence if they looked at your phone's location and it was pinned to your address or something.
Yeah, but someone else could have been in the house.
Okay, I mean, but they could go back to your discussions and say, someone, Zoo talked about doing this, and that person could be a witness to it, and they could eventually bring charges against you.
Or they'll look at all the other phones that were near the house, and then you're gonna be like, oh, this person who hacked into my phone didn't bring their phone to my house, and then they ran away. I don't know. I mean, it is. I get what you're saying, though. It's not easy to prove necessarily.
It's not easy to prove. I can say, it wasn't me that sent those messages.
Okay, but I mean, you're on my stream. You're on my stream talking about this. So someone may say, I witnessed Zoo talking about the idea of sending those messages. Perhaps he was the one who sent them. I mean, Zoo, I don't know why you're bringing this up.
Because it came to me in a dream where it was the whole world's going to get the whole world's going to get all that information leaked out with them eventually. People don't realize.
Okay.
I know these conversations are being recorded, so I'm careful about what I say anyway.
Okay. Are you going to your friend's house?
He's coming to meet me now.
Are you excited to see him?
I'm excited. I mean, I'd rather. There's a lot of other people I'd rather meet, but I'll do it for now.
Okay. But the idea that you bring about, will everybody's search history and everything be revealed someday? In my opinion, the answer is yes.
How long do you think before that will happen?
Perhaps generations from now.
It could happen tomorrow.
Anything could happen, Zoo.
Yeah, Zoo, I wrote a joke. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, well.
Okay, give me 1 moment.
I mean, if the CIA got Epstein's email leaked to the whole world, sorry, it's the DOJ, sorry, not CIA. DOJ did that. What's to make you think that people aren't going to do that with your emails?
I mean, I agree. My emails are pretty open. They're on camera.
I mean, they're not as controversial if you're not eating babies.
Yeah, thankfully.
All right, Zoo, you ready to hear this joke? I think you're gonna love it. It's based on a true story, kind of. So, what?
Are you friends with? What's your true story?
Okay, so I was playing pickleball in Vancouver the other day, and for whatever reason, this this like little kid, this little boy. There's a public shower in the middle of like the park, like near like the pool and the volleyball courts and whatever. And so this kid was just showering like completely naked in like the middle of the public park. And so I was messaging people on Telegram and like not paying attention. And the way I hold my phone, like I hold it like kind of upright and like look at, like tilt my head back because I want to protect my like vertebrae and whatnot. And so for like 45 seconds, I was just like staring at my phone on Telegram and like I said, like to prevent like this my vertebrae from getting all hunched over and my spine misaligned, I like hold my phone up basically. And so what it looked like in the park was like that I was like basically I was looking like right at the kid showering, but I was just staring at my phone, but like my phone was facing the kid, so like the entire park for like 45 seconds it basically looks like I'm like straight up recording this fucking naked child just showering in the park in front of everyone when I wasn't. And so yeah, unfortunately I lost a good 45 seconds worth of footage. Don't record children showering.
Well, where was this kid's parents, and why weren't they having him clothed?
I don't know. They just died. Maybe they're European or something. Didn't know the rule.
Okay. Zoo, what did you think of the joke?
Yo, Zoot, are you there? Yeah, he's writing it down. What did you think of the
He's got
delivery of my joke?
He's got flashcards.
What joke?
No pun intended.
What joke is it? What was the joke?
Story I just told. Did you hear it at all?
No, I wasn't listening.
All right. Well, go rewind the stream. I'm not gonna redo it. But
What is it?
Zoo, you're not in a position where you're able to listen. If you're not in a position where you're able to listen to people, then go do something else. Your friend is coming over. When they're done, come back in here when you're inside and you can talk. But it's rude for Riser to go through a whole story under the assumption that you're listening to it, and then you're like, huh? Did you hear me?
Zoo, you'll be happy to know that I just ordered Kanye West's shoes from like 2010.
You got
Known as
Yeezys?
the Yeezy 350s.
That's not a bad investment.
No, because they're the most comfortable shoe I've ever worn. So no.
You know what's a good investment right now?
What?
Pokemon cards.
All right. Well, shoes are a depreciating asset, and you need shoes that are comfortable. So I'm not trying to make money on Yeezys.
You need Pokemon cards.
No.
Imagine you
The
go
time to buy Pokemon cards was in like the 90s. Now the cards in the 90s are like they're valuable. You're not going to get that ROI with modern cards probably due to the inflation.
Just wait for the day where where they're releasing nuclear codes and you have to win on the Pokemon card tournament and you don't have the right cards.
What?
You're not proud that I bought Kanye West shoes? And you trying to show me
No.
Pokemon cards?
One day you have to. They're going to release nuclear codes, and the only way to get the nuclear codes is to have a Pokemon card tournament.
Did you have a dream about this or something?
What?
Did you have a dream about this or something?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you, Zoot?
I'm in a shopping center.
And you just were like, hey, I want to tell these guys all this information on stuff?
Everyone's looking at me like I'm crazy. Everyone's looking at me crazy like I'm walking around saying all this stuff, and they're looking at me crazy.
Okay, well.
I'm a competent member.
He's not himself right now. I don't know what his deal. I mean, he is, but not. He's off a little bit.
Yeah. If someone truly encountered world-shattering technology, we expect persistent, intense curiosity. So when that's missing, there are three main explanations. They're suppressing it, they're due to external or internal pressure, they're reframing it as ordinary within their context, or the claim itself is unreliable or exaggerated. You don't need to assume deception, but you also can't ignore that mismatch. A clean probabilistic way to think about it is let A equal person saw extraordinary non-human text, and B equals person shows little curiosity. We expect P parentheses B slash A equals low. Most people would be fascinated. So if we observe B, it weakens confidence in A, unless we have strong evidence for suppression, desensitization, or unusual personality traits. Bottom line, it's not impossible for someone to witness something extraordinary and seem indifferent, but indifference is statistically atypical for genuine transformative exposure. So when you see that pattern, the most rational stance is remain open, but update skepticism upward.
Okay.
See, to me, it just does not seem logical. I mean, I get that there's context supporting the contrary, but if you genuinely, like you, Rabbi, I mean, maybe you're biased or whatever, because you already have a predisposition to being curious about UFO tech, but let's say you didn't, and you blank slate, and you're just a physicist dude, and you work in secret desert underground hangar, and you literally see a piece of technology millions of light years beyond anything we have here. You're telling me that you would not be curious about who's behind that technology and everything related to that technology. You just examine it from like a purely scientific point of view.
No, I would be.
I don't know.
No. I would be obsessed with it, unless when I thought about it, it brought back bad memories, like I was cheated on, or my life was threatened. If that happened, then I would do everything I could to suppress those memories.
Okay. I mean, as someone who's obsessed with, like, even just like the physics of it, you probably, I don't know. I feel like there should just be a lot more curiosity.
It would be like, I don't know if this is correct, but like, imagine you were raped by a really hot chick. And everyone would be like, dude, that hot chick raped you. That was amazing. But you're like, yeah, but it's still a rape. I don't want to think about it. I just would rather suppress that information.
I guess, but I don't know.
It's
He should hate physics more than he hates the UFOs then.
no, because physics is everywhere, and you can't really compartmentalize it. Whenever you're looking at an object, you're thinking of what it's made of, and every time you see motion, what you're making calculations. You don't have to get into aliens. It's not. Let's say this. He did get into it a little bit, and every 5 years he would talk about it uh, on radio stations, and then eventually, like he would do Joe Rogan and do the movies and stuff. But and he did another movie as well. It's called S4, and it's considered the worst movie ever made. It's like the Brendan Schaub special of movies. But here's what happened with that one. I've never seen it. He was like, they just basically stole my story and did not consult with me on it at all. And they didn't have a very big budget, so it didn't look very realistic. But apparently, it does have a cult following. So maybe one day we watch that one too.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying he could direct his hate more on the government entities that are trying to sabotage his life or his wife, or take personal accountability for the way that he managed his relationship throughout this crazy journey, instead of blaming something that's essentially an inanimate object for his troubles. But enough said. I don't want to beat a dead horse. So we can continue watching it. Am I sharing the screen? No. There's just no way that you see it and you don't give a shit about aliens.
It's not that he didn't. Okay, look, let's talk about this for a second before we go into. I know we've been talking about it, but there isn't anything more. His story is the ultimate discussion of it, unless you really get into alien abduction cases, and those haven't been that well vetted until you get into the internet age. And that was another 10 or 15 years after the Bob Lazar story took place. So it's not like today where you could be like, I'm gonna just watch a bunch of videos on this, and I'm gonna listen to a bunch of podcasts, and there's just not that much information on it. That's why it's the number one discussed topic for Joe Rogan, because the public demands more.
Very little credible information. This guy's on a few credible sources.
Exactly. And I've got to say that, like, it's one of the reasons, like, I can name alien abductees. I get people who come in here and talk to me about alien abductions. Do I have that much credibility, or do I believe them? I do, actually, but their stories haven't gone through the vetting process.
Well, hold on. You showed me a video yesterday, 2 hours long, from the Disclosure Project with highly accredited individuals and academic people and highly educated people, pilots, military intel, all of that.
That's correct.
Why wouldn't Bob Lazar be interested in those people's accounts?
That's an excellent question. Well, and another excellent question, why didn't they have Bob Lazar in their thing? Isn't that a good question as well?
Yeah.
Like, why didn't they work together?
I mean, that one I'd say, like, Bob Lazar just is really trying to keep a low profile, even though he still doesn't really do that, but he might be like, this is too pushing his buttons a little too much.
Yeah, I think really, if his life...
He's already said everything or whatever.
That's true. He made a video in the 90s that was like, this is everything that I know, if anybody has any questions, just watch the video. And I really think that there's a major issue that his life has been threatened. The more and more he talks about this, the higher and higher chance that he could die.
I mean, yeah, but I'd still be secretly curious about it. Maybe he doesn't seem that afraid from how he's talking on the podcast.
Well, he's an older man now, and he has less to lose than he did before. And he knows that, like, going on Joe Rogan, everybody knows about it now. It's very similar to when he went on the local television. It was like to get the story out as opposed to just telling random people. And that made it like he always said the reason why I went to the news is that if I died, if they killed me, it would just reinforce what I said. Now, we've learned that these clandestine organizations will still kill you. So that isn't like a perfect strategy, but it was his strategy. Look, if you watch enough Bob Lazar stuff, you can see he just doesn't like this stuff. And I get what you're saying. It is incredible technology. Okay, that's fine. Where do you find more information about it?
I mean, all those 400 witnesses that the other guy had.
Yeah, but none of those people.
Would be a nice place to start. Maybe.
None of those people talk about.
You're saying that.
I mean, maybe I guess they do, but like none of them actually saw.
They're talking about infinite energy and all sorts of. One guy claims they cataloged aliens and crashed spaceships where he saw an alien.
That's true.
Willing to testify to Congress.
That's true. But why does Bob Lazar have to be a leader in this? He could just watch the Disclosure Project like anybody else, right?
No, well, this is just on information that Bob Lazar would at least probably want to inquire on. If he was curious about God, like, this is not just like the next iPhone, it's like literally like godly, like time altering technology.
That's true.
And even from a strictly physics perspective, he would want to be curious and explore anything he can get on if he was obsessed about physics like he claims to be. Also, why is Joe Rogan not asking him? Like, you said that it was like a soft disclosure or whatever, but you have like the federal government like releasing the UFO files and whatnot, and all this like UFO shit coming out on like the news publicly. Like, why is Joe Rogan not asking him what he thinks about that?
Well, if you heard, the Trump administration actually walked back and said they weren't gonna disclose all that stuff because their Republican donors or whatever, like the really evangelical Christian ones, consider aliens to be demons or something.
Okay. Well, there's still been like a lot of UFO stuff in the news. Like, I remember us talking about it because it was big news at the time.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's definitely.
But I mean, maybe just because Joe knows that Bob Lazar will be like, "Oh, I don't actually care about UFOs," even though it's the one person on Earth to actually see one and try and reverse engineer it.
I think the answer, and maybe it's not satisfactory to you, but Bob Lazar does not like this stuff. He just doesn't.
Okay. What are the odds that Bob Lazar is just a liar and an actor?
Less than 1%.
Okay. Alright, well, no further questions for me unless you have any more things to say.
No, you're raising excellent points. I like the fact that Bob Lazar is not into aliens and does all that kind of stuff. Look, his friend, I guess, like you haven't done.
That is the strangest part about him.
Okay, but his friend,
it just seems.
His friend, John Lear, the guy with whom I had email correspondence, and whose day he said I made one day, was what you're talking about, and he took this information and he started going on the podcast circuit, or not the podcast circuit, but the radio circuit. He would get interviewed all the time. He would go to all these lectures. He was all about this kind of stuff. And Bob Lazar would hear this from his friend, all of the inside stuff, and not know what to believe anyway. His friend did this. So when you're like, wouldn't he be really interested in this kind of stuff? He didn't know what to believe. He had a friend who was like super obsessed with this stuff, and who was on forums and was a retired man and had this amazing office full of just like all kinds of UFO articles and clippings and stuff. And anything that he wanted to know, he could go there to this guy's house and just be like, okay, tell me about Zeta Reticuli. And John Lee would tell him all about Zeta Reticuli, but can you really believe what it is?
Well, I mean, after working at a alien secret, military alien workshop, maybe.
Where do you find more information? Where do you find? Let me just ask this question. Let me ask this question. Where do you find more credible information that's published, that's available to the public easily about aliens?
Well, then you're talking about there just being limited data and not actually limited fascination by the topic.
Well, I think they're related. That if someone is fascinated by a subject, that's one thing. And Bob talks about like this was just incredible technology, and he had this word for it, like it was delicious, like it was like, or something like that. It was delectable. It was like from a physicist standpoint, this is the coolest stuff ever. He loved that aspect of it. But where do you get more information that's verified about these aliens? Even the guy who said,
"Why does it have to be verified?"
Well, that's the thing. Bob seemingly doesn't want to waste his time in the UFO circuit. You got to understand.
As you know, why wouldn't you give anyone the benefit of the doubt, like an abductee or someone who's interacted with aliens
when Bob Lazar did this, he had people coming to his house in the middle of the night, people calling him in the middle of the night, saying that God told them to come to him to tell him their UFO story. It became an annoyance.
Fair point.
And that's a
he
big.
Should have used an alias.
Yeah, no, he did. He did when he first went on the news. He used the name Barry, and that was the name of his boss or partner at the UFO at S4. But I forgot about that aspect of it. He talks about during the 90s, and it's true, he would get, and John Lear would talk about people from all walks of life would drive 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 hours to go see him. He'd get people from Nova Scotia. He'd get people from Alaska who just became very motivated. I need to find Bob Lazar. They'd look up his address. They'd try to find out what they could about him. And then he'd get a knock at the door, and it just became an annoyance to him. I don't want to get into that. I said everything that I'm going to say about it. If you want to know anything more about
Wouldn't
it,
he care what they had to say though? Isn't that like more validation that there might be something to it?
none of them had any credibility in his opinion, and I understand he's going to get a lot of kooky people who drove 40 hours to go see him and knock on his door at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but like that speaker said, who was the doctor, was like, yeah, I might get manipulated by people faking blood that they're peeing blood or whatever, and so that they get painkillers for their kidney stones, but that doesn't mean that every single patient coming into the hospital is faking.
That's not Bob's role, though. He's not there to be the arbiter of what's a real UFO story and what's a fake UFO story. I get it. I would be annoyed as well. I would just be like, I don't want to get into it anymore. I can't get anything credible. And plus, I've had, in the last month, 8 people come to me.
What if someone had like some incredible like material from a meteorite that was just unknown to you know?
Okay, what about it?
Wouldn't he give it? Wouldn't he be interested in that?
If somebody
let's say there was other credible information, would Bob Lazar care then?
Perhaps. Did you just get kicked out of the call? Riser,
Yeah.
did you just get kicked out of the call, or was it just me?
No, you got kicked out.
Yeah, I did on one of my devices. Um. Okay, so what more comes out about it?
I was saying hypothetically, if there was other credible information, would Bob Lazar just decide to give a shit then?
I think. I mean, like for instance, when they scientists were able to find Unun Pentium, also known as Moscovium, element 115. He was like, "Yeah, I told you so." But it like that was a big thing. That was new information that came about that reinforced what he said. But does that necessarily mean that like he has to go on the UFO circuit? You've got to understand and I'm sure you do. Imagine the people that you meet on the UFO circuit. They're kind of wild individuals.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just his personality or whatever.
Well, and you see that.
It'd be cooler if he didn't have that personality.
So, what do you think he should do? Like, have a website and stuff?
No, he should just be fascinated and
He is.
allured by.
He is fascinated. What more information is there, though?
Well, you're in the ufology community. What the fuck are they talking about? Just random Photoshop pictures of UFOs?
No,
There's no leaked government technology.
No, there is. There is definitely.
I mean, they're saying that the transistor was reverse engineered from aliens.
I am saying.
Or you told me that.
I told you that, yeah, and I agree with that.
So, isn't there a lot to explore in terms of alien technology that Bob Lazar could be investigating, or at least have some awareness of?
Is there a lot of technology? Yeah, there is. I think he's made it clear, though, that unless it can be verified, he doesn't want to be the researcher to do it.
All right. Well, shall we continue?
Oh, absolutely.
You can see it, you hear it.
Excellent questions. And I think at the end of the day, I don't know. That's a question for Bob Lazar. But I'll defend this man and his story more than most anybody else I've ever heard, whose story I've ever heard, just because it's been consistent for so long. I don't see it streaming.
Let me check. Yep, there you go. Okay, it should work now.
I hear it now. Yes, sir. Watch, he answers all those questions directly.
Is he saying that the alien ship had halogen lights, or those are like planted there by some human?
No, he's saying that it was super dark in there, so they had to get halogen lights to turn stuff on, or to be able to see stuff.
Yeah, I guess. So he's saying in a 3D world that they're building on the computer that it wouldn't light up.
No, he's saying that they like made it in Blender, And there's no external windows or anything to be able to see in there. And so,
No, the filmmaker is saying that the remodel that they created in 3D, they had to turn up the lighting to see the interior.
agreed, because there's no lights in there. Like Bob Lazar is saying,
So,
when I was in there, they had halogen lights so that we could see. But the filmmaker didn't have those halogen lights in there, so they had to turn up the lighting so that they could see what he was talking about.
in their 3D model.
Correct. Because it would be dark in there.
I mean, maybe. I don't know if I fully understand what exactly they're saying, but in a 3D model, like, if you're in a 3D model on the inside of a hollow object, you're likely going to be able to see if you turn the lights on. But of course, there's a variation of that, but it's not going to be just act like some alien dark spacecraft where you can't see when lights are on.
It's going to be
in
up to
your
the.
model.
It's going to be based on the software they're using. If they're using really accurate software, especially when in terms of lighting and such.
No, but there's no setting for the dark alien spacecraft material that doesn't absorb light.
Okay, it's like if we were modeling the inside of a semi-truck. We'd have to either turn up the lighting or whatever for the truck, for the like back part, or it would be dark in there.
Yeah, but he's saying they have to excessively turn up the light and like brightness by like 20x to be able to see anything in the simulated 3D model. Which I don't know. I don't think there's a material that's like alien dark spacecraft material in 3D.
That makes sense to me. There aren't any external lights.
I'm not sure if we're even talking about the same thing. I think we each have our own thing that we're picturing, but let me rewind it a little bit to see
Please do.
what the fuck he's talking about.
Please do, because it makes sense to me.
I don't think that if you're in a 3D model, you're going to have to, like, light is going to react like a alien spaceship interior.
Okay, let me ask you this.
I might be
Let me ask you this.
misunderstanding.
Let me ask you this, because it might be just the software you use. Let's say you are making a box with a small hole in a 3D environment. Are you following me?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it going to be really dark inside the box?
Yeah.
And what they're saying is that it was so dark inside the box that they had to turn up the lighting by 20 times to be able to see what was going on inside the box.
No, the lights were on the inside of the ship.
No. Bob Lazar is saying that the ship was dark normally. They had to bring in external lights.
Inside. They're talking about the interior of the ship.
I know what they're talking about. They're saying that without any additional lights or anything inside the ship, it's very dark. Bob Lazar is saying that when he was there, they had to use halogen lights and they had extension cords all over the place to light up the inside. And as that other guy said, because it's like 52 feet in diameter, it's big. They needed extra lights.
Yes, I'm following that part.
Okay, so then the guy says that this was reinforced by when they were modeling the craft, they didn't have those extra lights in there, and if you wanted to see what was going on inside, it was very dark inside their model. So they had to turn up the lighting 20 times in their 3D model so that you could see what was going on inside.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but then wouldn't that mean that the alien spaceship wasn't like some super dark, hard to see thing if the 3D modeling software also required the light to be amplified?
Okay, can you repeat that for me?
I mean, wouldn't that mean that the spaceship interior isn't abnormally dark if the 3D modeling software light also needs to be amplified to illuminate
The spaceship,
dark space?
the spaceship is abnormally dark. It doesn't have any internal lights unless you brought in the halogen lights.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so what?
But if the 3D model, okay. Let me just rewatch it
Hold
again
on.
and I'll
Okay.
see.
Okay. Okay. Stop.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like there was some disconnect between the interior of the spacecraft and the simulated 3D environment interior. If they're saying that it's 1-to-1 exactly like a carbon copy, the physical spaceship is the exact same light refracting and sheen in the 3D model, then I guess they have really good software or something to model the spaceship. But I don't know. I got a little confused about it.
That's okay. Is it clear? Is it clear now or no?
I mean, I guess he's saying that they're really accurately modeling the light within the 3D model. But Are they saying like they built an actual physical model of it?
I think then there's that as well. Yeah, they did.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you, Joe. Was Barry his like boss at S4?
This is an excellent question. There's Dennis Mariani and then Barry. Hold on. What were the roles of Dennis Mariani and Barry to Bob Lazar at Area S4? Dennis Mariani and Barry Castillo, Lazar's work partner. So Barry was his partner. Dennis was their boss, as I understand. Hold on. Yeah, Dennis Mariani was the boss. So here we go. Dennis Mariani and Barry Castillo, Lazar's work partner, and for strict compartmentalization, that's a long 7 syllables, and security protocols at the S4 facility. Mariani, as Lazar's supervisor, mandated that Lazar carry a .22 caliber Smith and Wesson pistol at all times when off-site, and required him to register his existing firearms with the Las Vegas Metro Police to ensure legal compliance. Barry Castillo, acting as Lazar's designated work partner under a buddy system, enforced a rule that scientists could only communicate with their assigned partner and were prohibited from speaking to other groups without a formal written request approved by a supervisor. This isolation was part of the broader directive to prevent unauthorized information sharing, where any communication with other teams uh, had to be routed through Mariani. Additional rules and directives observed at S4. No unauthorized contact. Scientists were not allowed to touch or handle the alien craft without explicit permission. Lazar was reprimanded for touching a sphere that pushed his hand away. Compartmentalized projects. Lazar worked exclusively on Project Galileo propulsion, while separate teams handled Project Sidekick, beam weapons, and Project Looking Glass. Time effects, with no crosstalk allowed. Security monitoring. Lazar signed agreements waiving constitutional rights and allowing phone monitoring, and his security clearance was revoked after he disclosed details of the program to the public. Does that answer your question?
Did did is Barry, has he spoken publicly about this as well?
No.
I thought in that podcast just then they're talking about Barry's reaction to the VR world, right? Not? Or is it a different Barry somehow?
No, Joe Rogan's talking about that.
No, I swear to God, they're just talking about Barry. Like they just mentioned Barry.
Okay, just go back. Just go back
his
to
reaction to the thing.
just.
Sure.
Oh, he wanted Barry's reaction, but he would love to know what it is.
Okay.
But well, watch it. Let's
see.
Let's see what it is. Oh, yeah. He was saying if you mean that.
They're talking about the actual event,
exactly.
Not the VR.
Exactly, and I may have been incorrect. He never explicitly says Barry would love to see what this is, but he did say that he thought Barry would come out and talk about it at one point, but that never happened.
Right. Okay. I got it. Sorry to interject again.
You're good.
Wouldn't Bob Lazar, since he loved physics and testing this stuff, want to like work up the ranks in this like thing?
Yeah, he did. But what ended up happening was they stopped calling him to come up to work. The reason why they stopped calling him to come up to work was because they were tapping his phone and they were finding out that his ex-wife was having an affair with her flight instructor. And so Bob Lazar became front, and they couldn't tell Bob Lazar what was going on because there's like a mental health aspect of it that they have to ensure that the person remains uh, calm and like doesn't freak out. And so they stopped calling him to come up. And because they did that, he got frustrated and then told his friends about it.
Right.
So
has anyone ever interviewed the wife or the affair dude from the flight travel agency?
Not to my knowledge, but the wife is on camera when Bob Lazar takes them up to Area S4. I call it Area S4, but it's S4. It stands for Site 4, to be able to look at this stuff. But I think for her own safety and also the embarrassment, she never wanted to publicly disclose anything. But John Lear talks about it, and Gene Huff talks about it.
Why does his wife cheat on him?
Okay, so when Bob was working
give me a concise answer.
Bob was working at the base, they would call him in the middle of the night at any time and say you have 45 minutes to get to, at the time, McCarran Airport, to fly on what are called Janet flights to Area 51. So he would say, honey, I've got to go to work. And she would say, go to work? What are you talking about? It's the middle of the night. Who goes to work at the middle of the night? And she got suspicious that he was having an affair. And so she ended up having an affair of her own.
Why would the hours need to be so bizarre?
That's not quite well known.
If they said like, oh, it's dusty in there, it's like casual, people don't really give a shit.
Yeah, let's look that one up. Yo, why did they have to call Bob in the middle of the night? Why did they have to call Bob Lazar in the middle of the night to go to work at Area S4? Why didn't he have like a more normal schedule? Like the other guys had a schedule. They'd work 2 weeks there and 1 week off. Why did Bob get called in the middle of the night?
And it's not like he was flying aircraft in the middle of the night either. So we know that.
According to Bob Lazar's account, his work schedule at the secret of S4's facility near Area 51 was not regular or predictable. Instead of a fixed rotation, the 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, that some other personnel reportedly followed. It's 2 weeks on, 1 week off, I should say. That some personnel reportedly followed. Lazar claimed he was placed on an on-call basis. He stated that he would be contacted with little notice, sometimes in the evening or middle of the night, and instructed to report for duty. The irregular schedule allowed him to maintain his cover job at a Los Alamos photo lab during the day, as he explained in interviews and discussions, including the Joe Rogan Experience. The late-hour calls were part of a system designed to keep his dual roles compartmentalized. So here we go. Why Bob Lazar was called on an on-call basis. Lazar claimed that the on-call nature of the work was due to the highly sensitive and unpredictable nature of projects at S4. He was part of a small team reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology, specifically focusing on propulsion systems. Because breakthroughs or technical issues could arise unexpectedly, specialists like Lazar were needed only when their expertise was required. Oh, that makes sense. So basically, you would work there, but if they didn't need you, then they just send you back. But if they had a breakthrough in the evening or at night or whatever, they're going to call you to work on it and use you for all the knowledge that you have. And then once you're done, they're going to send you back.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
And then also, Lazar suggested that his clearance level and the secrecy protocols were so extreme that full time integration into the facility wasn't initially deemed necessary. He described signing agreements that allowed the government to monitor his phone and movements. So imagine you want to keep this project as much of a secret as possible. You only want the people working there when their knowledge is needed. You don't want them gaining knowledge from extra stuff because there's a better chance that they're going to be able to leak the information. So the idea is only have them there when they're needed. They're only needed when a breakthrough happens, but that breakthrough could happen round the clock. So they were on call for that. If that makes sense to me.
Yeah, but I mean, they could leak the information anyway that they already have instead of like it seems like you're gonna limit the like if they're running tests and it's like
But they wouldn't
I
have
don't
as
know.
much.
Your job is to figure out the thing.
They
so
wouldn't have as much
go all out.
information. So if they had Bob Lazar there, 2 weeks on, 1 week off, 2 weeks on, 1 week off, he would get 80 hours generally of the work, whatever, 40 hours a week or whatever, of knowledge that's there. That's more of a risk because he's going to be able to see the flights. He's going to be able to learn about the Project Looking Glass, about the other project for the laser beam. He's going to learn more about that stuff, and you still don't trust him. So instead of having him there for long periods of time because he's brand new and you don't yet trust him, only bring him there for maybe a day or two that you do need him so that he doesn't build up all this knowledge about it. Once you start to trust him over the course of months and years, then you can perhaps have him there for a long period of time, 2 weeks on, 1 week off. But until then, only have him there at a limited amount of time so that if something happens and he does leak something, he only has a few hours of knowledge of being there.
Wouldn't they like thoroughly vet people that they let into this super secret club who
And they did.
they wouldn't feel had to but that they wouldn't feel had to lie to their wife and potentially get caught and have this whole thing unravel because there's no like lying, like there's all this lying going on.
I mean, generally the people who work those kind of jobs just tell their spouse, I can't tell you. I work for the government or I work for a contractor, and that's that. And don't ask me
Yeah,
questions.
so why wouldn't they tell Bob to just say you just don't tell your spouse that you're just doing confidential work for the government?
That is what he told
You
her.
tell her anything.
That is what he told
Well,
her.
then,
But his wife
well, then she shouldn't. The wife just didn't believe him.
correct. And she maybe was just tempted to have an affair anyway. And so she justified it. Her name's Tracy. So Tracy felt, look, Bob's already leaving at weird hours of the night. This gives me an opportunity to cheat on him. I met this flight instructor. He's really good looking and he's cool and everything. I'm going to fuck this guy and have an affair on the side. If Bob's out doing whatever, nobody knows what he's doing, then why can't I do my own thing?
I guess sounds like the wife is more of the problem here than Bob.
Well, she was, but they can't bet every single person in your life. With him, with Bob Lazar, they vetted him, and then they asked him a lot of questions about his relationship with John Lear, because they were like, John Lear, he's been a problem or whatever. He's a weird guy. What's the deal with him? And Bob was like, look, I met him uh, basically through a friend, which is true, through Gene Huff, and I don't have a lot of connection to him. And they were desperate. If you learn how Bob Lazar got the job in the first place, he got the job through the arguably the most important person aside from uh, J. Robert Oppenheimer, whose name is um, Edward Teller. Like those two, J. Edward Oppenheimer and Edward Teller, were incredibly influential in the Manhattan Project, and it was Edward Teller who directly recommended Bob Lazar for the job, and they were desperate to be able to make advancements on this technology.
Word, all right. Yeah, it is coming back to me a little bit. All right, let's finish it because it's getting late.
What is this bullshit of getting late? We didn't even watch like the whole thing.
Well, it's like 2 a.m. where normal people are sleeping.
Yeah, dog.
Man, Bob is not making himself look too great for future people studying this.
Why do you think that?
I mean, he just went like, "Oh, the picture they're hanging, that was Google Earth," and the guy's like, "No, dude, it was a real photo from the guy that we were FaceTiming when we were making the movie." And then he's like, "Oh, oh yeah." And then another thing, he was like, "Oh yeah, what flag And then the producer guy was like, "Remember the American backwards flag thing?" And he's like, oh yeah, that. Like he was not helping him, forgetting shit that happened.
Dog, he's drinking whiskey at the same time. Like, cut him some slack.
I know. I'm just saying it's not the best look when you are forgetting your own story. But nevertheless. Why would Joe Rogan insist on ending the podcast?
He likes to keep these things to 3 hours.
Okay, fair enough.
You ask excellent questions. Like
Thanks.
yeah, definitely. The questions you're asking are like really great ones, and I don't have all the answers, but his story, especially because of all of the quirky people within the UFO community. I mean, you may not hear, but every single night I listen, and I have for like the last decade to UFO stuff. If it's usually UFO stuff. Um, the where Bob Lazar used to do. Um, okay, so there's this guy named Art Bell who had this show called Coast to Coast AM, and if you ever watch in Joe Rogan's studio, there's you can see a poster of one person, and that's Art Bell. It's the only poster you can see, and it's on whenever they show the wide shot. And Joe Rogan loved this show as well. He said he used to listen to it when he was drive from the comedy store to his house, and he'd be like going through the different like the the mountains and valleys and such, listening to like UFO tales, and it was fascinating. Um, all right, so Bob Lazar would only do interviews. Like nobody would give this guy an interview. He can't just go on CNN. They don't. Nobody would talk to him. Um, and but like this guy Art Bell would, who did this overnight show, and then Art Bell eventually sold that show to Clear Channel, which became iHeart and like the largest radio conglomerate in the United States, and I listen to that show still to this day. I've been listening to that show for 30 years. Not every single night of my life, because sometimes I fall asleep and stuff, but like huge amounts. There's a reason why I listen to KFI uh, and have for years, which is an LA station. It's because they carry Coast to Coast AM. If they stopped carrying Coast to Coast AM, I would listen to something else. I'd listen to whatever Coast to Coast AM is on. That is how obsessed I am about this radio station or this radio program. I've called into the radio program in the past. I've been on the show um, on my stream. And um, the reason why I'm so dedicated to this show is because they had Bob Lazar on. Like, that's how connected I am. When Bob Lazar first came out or whatever, I didn't know because I was only like 4 years old. But as I got older, maybe about 10 years old, well, maybe a little older, I started to just want to learn about this kind of stuff. And sometimes on like the Discovery Channel or something, they'd have some kind of special about like what's going on in secret locations of the United States, and they might mention him or whatever. I really got into the story though about 20 years ago, 19, 20 years ago, 20 years ago or so. Um, and then I saw the Disclosure Project, and I was like, no way, this is all true. And then it just blew my mind. Like, dude, that means that time travel could be real. That means that traveling faster than the speed of light could be real. You know, Riser, if you really want to know, I wanted to dedicate myself, nothing religiously, had no intentions to be a rabbi ever at any time. I was just basically a student who wanted to change the world in one way or another. And I wanted to get behind a topic. And there were three that came to mind that were really important to me. One was ending female genital mutilation. Two was ending male genital mutilation, which was difficult, especially in my community, because of the symbol of the covenant that is the bris, the circumcision. And the third was the moon. I thought the moon was such an amazing, uh, the Apollo program was such an amazing accomplishment at the time that I wanted to dedicate my entire life to one of these topics that I felt could better the world. And then I started getting into the moon and learning how that was what happened with the Apollo program, and that broke my heart because it was like one of these things that to which I wanted to dedicate my life was gone, and I got pushback within my community about circumcision, how we've been doing it for thousands of years, and there's no way I'm going to be able to change that. It happened to me. It happened to my forefathers, and it's kind of like this this ingrained abuse that we don't recognize because it happens to us at such a young age. And and then I started, and then the female genital mutilation came about through an episode of Oprah, that I thought, well, what is this? What are they doing in Africa where they're like hurting these women and like sewing up their vaginas based on like their virginity and things like that? It causes infections and kills them. And I wanted to dedicate and I should say there were, I wanted to also dedicate my life to ending malaria. So at one time I traveled to our nation's capital, Washington D.C., for some conferences put on by some basically just uh, uh, professors from Yale and some other institutions of higher education in the United States. And um, I was really impacted by that, like how I could help the world. And when I started to get into the moon, it was like, wow, I've been lied to this whole time. And then I got into that transferred me to get into aliens to some extent, though not immediately. Like
when I would learn about these things, I didn't have a guide who would be like, "Oh, you need to watch this, this, and this." There was none of that. Like you have me, and I know the answers to for like 90% of your questions. I can be like, "Oh yeah, it's because of this and this and this," because I've been through this and I know the stories very well. This didn't exist, or I didn't have a guide like this 20 years ago. And the documentary system, you have to understand, like YouTube was in its infancy. There weren't a lot of resources to be able to learn about this stuff. And then I started learning about like fiat currency and things like that, and recognizing that like the world around me was more and more alive. And whenever I went to my just community, it was always like, uh, well, perhaps some of these things are correct, but in general, it's just like just religious people like to bury their heads in the sand sometimes, and that was hard for me. And then the Bob Lazar story was like something that was scientific, that like explained to me that there could be something real here. And um, I learned about Jeffrey Epstein about in and around this time as well. So like 2010 or so, after he had been prosecuted in Florida, and I would share what I knew with my closest friends, uh, but that was always seen as just like, wait, you're saying that there's an island in the Caribbean where all the richest people in the world go? And I was like, yeah, and it's got blue stripes on it. And they'd be like, that's the most bunk shit we've ever heard. And that was just like, like basically you didn't want to. And then on top of that, there was the Edward Snowden issue where I knew about that before it happened, and I would tell everyone who would listen to me about it, about the Project Prism and Spectre and the Five Eyes Alliance, and everybody was like, "We have a Fourth Amendment. What are you talking about?" It was just I kept getting rejected and rejected and rejected, but uh, then these people would come back to me years later and say, everything that you told me back then seemed like such bullshit, but it actually turned out to be exactly right. I can't believe it. Like, I'm so sorry. And I would be like, no, I totally understand. I had to, like, I still feel badly for some of the friends who would talk to me about aliens, at least just even like the idea that they could exist, and I would just dismiss it. And, um, and then that's why when I, like, now as an adult, and I talk to people about life extension technology, and I tell them, like, you might be able to be perhaps if you want, an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But I want you to know that the potential of digital immortality may be real. That's not science fiction. That's the same shit that, in my opinion, that's like when I talked about Epstein's Island. That's like when I talked about Edward Snowden. It's just like I'm ahead of the curve on this shit. And for Bob Lazar, his story has maintained uh, extreme consistency, and it's like one of the rocks of my life that uh, not because of him, but because to know that there's more out there, and that this type of science could exist. And actually what he was working on, Project Galileo, isn't perhaps, it's maybe I think a little cooler than perhaps Project Sidekick, which is the beam weapon, but the cooler of both of them is Project Looking Glass, and the idea of being able to see into the past. Uh, and I've talked about this with you previously and other people, but allegedly that technology was given perhaps by some other extraterrestrial um, civilization to the President of the United States, and it's stored at the 30 at the Scottish Rite uh, Lodge in Washington D.C. in the museum there, and it's just like it's not like in a secret. It's like behind glass. I've been in front of it, but I've not been inside. Um, and that's just absolutely fascinating to me. And like what we're talking about, and I know you want to go to bed, and I understand. And when you join this Discord as a member, I give some quotes there, and one of them is Arthur C. Clarke's, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic." And that's what we're talking about here is real life magic. It's absolutely fascinating to me, and I'm glad that you recognize how exciting, well, how important these discussions are. It's depressing to know that like we live in a world where these things are kept as a secret, but it's a look underneath the it's a look inside a portal that's very exciting. So thank you for coming to this with an open mind, and uh, you ask really great questions, and thank you again. I know I said it earlier, but I want to reinforce. Thank you so much for streaming these things. I really appreciate
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to any of that because my name is Zoot.
it. And you know, I told your mother this, and I'm absolutely right. You're very funny. You're very funny. Have you ever thought about doing stand up comedy?
Yeah, just for
Doug,
shits, I guess.
Doug, you could be a killer.
Just so I can, yeah, go up against the James Dean of comedy and stuff, the raw comedy.
You have 3 years of eligibility. We went through and read Zoot and I read the qualifications. You have to be an Australian resident, Australian permanent resident, or you could work, or you could have like a student exemption. So all we'd have to do is get you into some kind of Australian university, and then you could perhaps, take on the
Take on a lesbian poet.
alliance of the beat poet and Zoot.
Yeah, I would love that.
Wouldn't
I think we should both enter.
Oh, one day perhaps. Wouldn't it be interesting if we did and Zoot just destroyed us? He just went up there and killed, and we got crickets.
Yeah, no, I feel like that'd be a good data set to acquire for humanity. We can verify, just engage just how bad or good or like the scene of the Australian, whatever district of Australia he's even from.
Yeah, apparently. Okay. Well, I know it's late, and I appreciate you watching this with me. So I guess that means we have to have a third Bob Lazar night. Tomorrow night we have to watch the movie. It's called Bob Lazar, S4, and UFOs, and then we have, or whatever it's called, Flying Saucers or something, and then we have to watch this one afterwards.
Isn't the S4 one of the worst movies ever?
No, let me explain. There are 3 of them. There's one just called S4. That's the worst one ever. I'm not saying we watched that one. There's another one that Jeremy Corbell did that he was promoting with Bob Lazar the previous time. And that one's called something like Bob Lazar, S4, and Flying Saucers. And then this one is just called, I think, Bob Lazar and S4. They all have very similar names.
So we're watching the sequel.
No, tomorrow night we're watching the Jeremy Corbell one first, God willing, and then we're gonna watch the one that Bob Lazar promoted most recently. So we're watching the one with Jeremy Corbell, the one he promoted the first time he was on Joe Rogan first, and then we're watching this one.
And the Jeremy Corbell one is good?
Yeah, that one's really good right here.
You haven't seen it?
No.
You claim you're Bob Lazar's #1 fan, and you haven't seen the Jeremy whatever documentary
Corbell
movie?
I should say I think I started it and just maybe just was doing something else at the time, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so perhaps I would like to watch it in more depth, and perhaps I wasn't a secret executive producer on it, and I just am in conjunction with the United States government not to reveal my true role in the film. So this is my cover story. And in the meantime, you may be having an affair, a secret affair with a flight instructor. Who knows? Um, we went.
That was my other question. When Bob took his wife in the RV to prove that spaceships are real or whatever, was that before she had the affair?
No, I think it was after, while she was having the affair.
Okay. And what did she say after she saw it? Like, oh, that's flying saucer is cool, but I've been cheating on you the last month.
Something along those lines. They, I know for Bob Lazar.
I guess you weren't having an affair all along.
I know for yeah, wouldn't that, yeah, that you bring up a really good point. Oh wait, you weren't having an affair and I was. Oops. I think that the whole see, yeah, exactly. That's a really important point. I think that Bob Lazar, it's a very painful subject for him. To some extent, he's gotten better to talk about it, but before he would just talk about it's just painful to think about, and I understand that. You've got to understand this guy's been put through the ringer. He lost his job. Had an affair. He had his life threatened. He had to be up at all kinds of hours. They had the whole hooker prostitution. What is it? Starts with a P. Pandering. Thank you. And like once he gets fired from there, nobody would touch him in terms of working as a in like, what do you say? I worked at this super secret base, and like nobody's gonna believe his story. Like in 1993, like he'd be like, "You're wild, get out of here." And he had to start his own business. I want to say he had another business before. Oh, look who it is, Zoot. I'm glad to see you. How's your friend? Zoot. Zoot, can you Zoot, I want you to know that we care about you and we love you, and you're our friend, and you'll get through this tough time, okay?
Can I ask you something like that?
In the future, yes, perhaps.
No, I just need a time machine more than $50 million, or I just want it.
Well, boy, do I have a project for you. It's called Project Looking Glass, and if you had stayed in here, you would know more about it than you knew previously.
I want two things, Rabbi.
You want more than that, but okay, what do you want, Zoot?
What do you think is more realistic? More probable? Time travel? Or going to an alien civilization really far away?
Both, I think, are very realistic. Which one's more realistic? Which one's easier? I think they're of equal.
Yeah.
I think they're probably of equal. Maybe because once you can time travel, you can do like whatever you want. Uh, yeah. But then traveling far distances, if you can harness the energy and have the materials to be able to deal with the environment, that's not that hard either.
I think physics would say, what I know about physics, they would say an alien civilization living on a planet, alien civilization is more likely.
Okay. That's all right.
I mean,
Zoot, how's your friend? Did he come over?
yeah, it's fine.
Did he come over?
Yeah.
Did he learn that you're a shitty mini golf player? Zoot. 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 Again. Zoot, you haven't told me much about your... Zoot, can you hear me? Riser, can you hear me? You guys can't hear me? Riser, can you hear me? Riser. 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 Riser, can you...
No, but can I tell you about time travel? Alright, so Terrence McKenna basically said that when you unlock time travel, you basically instantly unlock the end state of the universe. And time as a process that collapses into a final state. Let's unpack it carefully. The core idea he was getting at. McKenna didn't describe time travel in a conventional sci-fi sense, like jumping between dates. Instead, he implied that if time is a process moving toward a final state, then fully understanding or accessing time means touching that final state instantly. So in his framing, time is not random, time is not linear, time is being pulled toward an endpoint. He often called this endpoint the eschaton, the end of history moment, a kind of infinite novelty of total information. Why unlocking time travel equals unlocking the end state? The logic goes like this. Time is a system with direction, not just forward movement, but movement towards increasing complexity and novelty. There exists a final attractor, a point where all novelty is realized, all information is present, all boundaries collapse. If you could move freely in time, then you're no longer bound by the flow towards that end state. Therefore, you could jump directly to that end state of the universe. Here's the key loop McKenna makes. The moment time travel becomes possible, the distinction between now and the end collapses because the future is already there and accessing it means the process is effectively complete. The deeper, more subtle interpretation, McKenna wasn't necessarily, we'll build a time machine and boom, universe over. He was suggesting time itself is a kind of unfolding computation, and full access to it reveals the entire output instantly. So time is unfolding, time travel is stepping outside the unfolding, and outside the unfolding equals seeing the whole structure at once. Why this feels paradoxical. Your intuition is correct to flag this as strange because if the end is reachable and someone reaches it, then why doesn't everything instantly become that end? McKenna leans into this paradox, implying that the end state might be so strange it can't be integrated gradually. It might collapse time itself when accessed. It could behave like a singularity of meaning or information. His related idea, the concrescence of novelty, believed that novelty, newness, complexity, and information was increasing, accelerating, and headed towards final explosion. So time travel is not just movement, but arrival at maximum novelty. One-line interpretation. If time is the process of becoming everything, then time travel is the realization that everything already is. Grounding this from a scientific standpoint, there is no evidence that time works this way. Physics doesn't support this, and philosophical psychedelic metaphysics is not testable, but it's a conceptual model.
I have a question. I have a question. Are you ready to ask it to the AI?
Yeah, I can ask it. What's the question?
Okay, so if time travel is a real thing, what happens with it's called the grandfather paradox? What happens if you go in time and kill your grandfather? What happens then?
Okay.
Why are we obsessed with time travel?
We just watched a documentary on advanced, or like the Joe Rogan with Bob Lazar, but we were talking about right before you came in, Project Gemini, or Project Galileo, which had to do with advanced propulsion, traveling faster than the speed of light. We were learning about Project Sidearm, which or something like that, which had to do with particle beam weapons, and then Project Looking Glass, which potentially had to do with time travel.
So this has just been a conversation we usually have for the last 6 months.
Yeah.
Just with scientific research.
Correct.
Rosa, can you ask her a question?
No, answer mine first.
I said after mother. Do you know what the best selling Pokemon game of all time is?
Had Pokemon like the blue one, the red one, the yellow one, the gold one?
Yeah, Heart Gold is actually the
It's the gold one.
Yeah. The remake of the gold one.
Riser, are you there?
Hey, Rosa.
I was muted? Fuck. Oh, what's up?
What did it say about the grandfather paradox?
A bunch of shit.
Okay, well, read it to us.
I was saying that it just won't allow you to edit. There's like multiple options. It just won't allow you to edit the past, and like the gun will jam or something, or it'll split into multiple universes, or what else is it? If time travel is real, the grandfather paradox means one of these must be true. You are always part of the past, and there's no real change possible. Or 2, changing the past creates a new timeline. Or 3, you can't interact enough to change anything. Or 4, physics forbids paradoxes entirely. The paradox isn't a puzzle, it's a constraint on reality. Any universe that allows backward time travel must also include a mechanism that prevents logical contradiction.
Do you want to know do you want to know which one I think it is? I think it's the one that doesn't let you like interact with anything that would have a tangible result in the future.
No, I mean, I feel like you could go back in the past and then kill yourself, and then, or your grandfather or whatever, and then you would stop existing. But you get to do that action like one time. But it's like I'm at one point in time you're going to be in. The problem is kind of like time will exist all at once. But
Alright. Can you ask me a question?
is it the Pokemon thing that you could easily Google?
Right. Can human consciousness travel faster than the speed of light? Or consciousness itself travel faster than the speed of light? And does consciousness have weight? Is there mass behind consciousness? Or does consciousness have no weight?
That's two questions.
That's just two questions.
Mine's that. I don't think the last question you're going to get an answer to.
What's the question?
Does consciousness have weight to it?
No.
The first question, I mean, faster than light, no evidence. Consciousness is tied to brain process, which obeys physical limits like the speed of light. Does consciousness not have weight? No, consciousness itself doesn't have weight. Only the physical brain that produces it has mass.
Can you ask, can consciousness break the realms of physics and time travel?
Zoot, you're gonna have to ask that when you're on your own.
Why?
I'm trying to go to sleep and I have an egg on my eye.
Why do you have an egg on your eye?
Egg on my eye.
Why do you have an egg on your eye? Yo, what does that mean? What does egg on your eye mean?
Like I boiled an egg in water and now it's in a cloth on my eye.
Why did you do that?
Do you know what a sty is or a chalazium?
I've heard of them.
Yeah, I get those sometimes. Dude, what did you think of the notion that I presented about unlocking time travel unlocks the end state of the universe? Alright, dude, your mic sucks.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
You know the Pokemon fire thing's happening this weekend?
What's happening this weekend?
Pokemon card.
That doesn't make any sense.
Pokemon show is happening this weekend.
Okay, Pokemon Show is a lot different than Pokemon Card.
Oh, it's Craig Agent's 50th birthday as well.
Whose birthday?
Craig Agent.
Who?
Craig Agent.
Who's Greg Eden?
Craig Agent runs Epic. He runs the Epic Comedy thing.
Oh yeah. Okay, did you tell him? I hope he has a great day. On my behalf.
Yeah, he said that you can. He said that he can. He can. He said that he can perform at his next birthday.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Smash Bros. Ultimate. Smash Bros. Brawl. Smash Bros. Can you ask where I would just work now?
You have a cell phone? What are you on right now?
Rush hour. Oh, hangover. Hangover or Ace Ventura? No, this is hangover. Hangover or Anchorman? Anchorman. Anchorman or Blue Street? Anchorman. Anchorman or Don't Be a Menace? Anchorman. Anchorman or White Chicks? Oh, Anchorman. Anchorman or Scary Movie 1? Anchorman. Anchorman or Tropic Thunder? I can't. Anchorman. Anchorman or Coming to America? Anchorman. Anchorman or Napoleon Dynamite? Will Ferrell, your biggest fan. No, wait. Okay. Damn, Anchorman. Anchorman or Step Brothers? Anchorman. Anchorman or Waterboy? Anchorman. Anchorman or Billy Madison? Anchorman. Anchorman or Beverly Hills Cop? Anchorman. Anchorman or Talladega Nights? Anchorman. Would you say Anchorman is the greatest comedy of all time? I don't know that it would, but it's nostalgic for me. My mom and I watched it a lot growing up. What's a better? What age is too old to go to nightclubs? I think it is too old. We are talking about an individual.
What the fuck is this shit?
What was that?
Riser.
Kind of all the way this run after
No, I'm listening to it right now.
Dude, no wonder Zoot's brain is in the garbage. Listen to what he listens to. Zoot, Anchorman or Napoleon Dynamite?
Napoleon Dynamite.
Napoleon Dynamite or Step Brothers? Doug, that girl answered a lot faster. Can you imagine Zoot in one of those things? He'd just be sitting there asking, just quiet, be like, dude, tell us the answer. Doug, Anchorman or Step Brothers? Napoleon Dynamite or Step Brothers? Napoleon Dynamite or
Napoleon Dynamite or 50 Shades of Grey? All right. What up, Chi Boy? How you living, pimp? Chi Boy. Dude, is Napoleon Dynamite your favorite movie ever?
Anyway, I'm going to bed.
Okay. Take care, Zoot. I hope you have a good night.
You said to.
Yeah, what up, Chi Boy? How you living, pimp? Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Thankfully, what's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Exactly. I'm good. Been out for a little while and still just finished my exams and I'm back at you.
All right. Have you been on Twitter Spaces recently?
What is it?
Have you been on Twitter Spaces recently?
Uh, mm, yeah. I was on one yesterday. Yeah, it was just Tuesday. Just talking and just talk out.
Okay.
Trying to like your yours and
Trying to what?
I said I'm trying to like do something and just get up this and everything to show and play.
Okay.
How you doing? I'm in this place.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Yeah. I said have you like been on any place recently?
I've been live streaming in Spaces for like a long time, but have I been talking in them? Uh, Not recently. The market's been down. There haven't been as many show spaces recently, so I've just been chilling.
Yeah. And I think as well just making everybody feel so.
Yo, you're covering your mic, my man.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you can. You sound so much better now. You sound so much better now.
Okay. I say that's why everywhere is looking dry or I don't know somehow the market is just down and yeah everything's just there for now. Sure.
where, dog?
Yeah, who is this Brandon guy? Like your colleague or
It's just a person who streams their life in here.
okay,
They're a friend.
Brand. Miss Aquarius or Aquarius.
Which is like 30 minutes from it. So cool. Yeah, it's one way to do it. You just have your ball. You can also throw the ball as hard as you can when it's right. When it's coming. That'd be a dirty trick, though. Yeah, it takes to another level. You hit a guy in the face with a baseball. It's a different thing. Yeah, here we go. Boom! But he has that chin protector on. He's just flailing. Yeah, you can tell they've never been in a fight. Yeah, but you see how he's... Lopez looks a little more composed, though. little bit.
Lopez like Yuri right
He
now.
got his feet set.
Boom!
That one hurt.
Yeah, I guess you don't mess up your hand either. The backhand.
Yeah, you see how he everything there was too. He's just flailing. Even as good an athlete as he is. Yep. Back too.
Boom! But see, he's protected then.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul. It's great. Do you ever see when Otani got hit? Because he doesn't want violence. He goes, and he looks at the bench. His bench goes, nope. And he was like this.
He's
and then goes on to
classic. That's how you do it.
Easy. Calm down. I'm gonna give you one. Calm down. Easy.
Just hit a home run.
No. Calm down. Because the next pitch, I'm gonna send to the moon. Okay. I'm gonna send to the moon. Oh
After
yeah.
that?
Yeah. He's the man.
If you think about it, I love the difference because with this guy Kyrgios, who's a tennis player who was so talented, beyond talented, and he would let his mind take him. So as a result, he never did it. And
He's out of control.
Rafa said, do you think that Rafa? They said, do you think if he got his head together, if what do you mean?
Oh, it's a huge.
If I was, listen, every time you get mad, your energy goes over here and not into it. Let's bring up Arnold Schwarzenegger's son because I'm very happy with his physique.
Dude, ain't that a bitch? So he sleeps with that warlock on Eddie, and then they just produce the kid he's always wanted.
That's a fair.
He looks like identical to his papa.
He does, and he looks fairly natural. Right?
You're so stupid.
But hold on. You can tell he loves his son. That's his boy. Let's see what we got here. That's a natural bodybuilding tournament.
I think he looks natural to me.
Yeah, might be. Right? Would you say? Is that fair?
Like really, really good though.
Don't you think? Natural bodybuilder. I've seen guys like that.
Alright, Brian's not just.
It's not.
He looks like dad.
It's not great though, right?
That's pretty good. He's young too, man. Compared to his papa too.
Well, he's trying to be like his dad. It's great.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Who better to learn from? You know the only reason why my Hummer, if people were allowed to buy Hummers, because he's Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was the very first civilian to get Hummers license into the United States.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. He has some badass Hummers. Oh, he's 28, so a little older than I thought.
Yeah. You're not going to go anywhere unless you're on all the drugs nowadays, but
no. Hey, Chin, bring up his dad at 28.
Boy, that whole scandal, dude, you can't get your maid pregnant. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to just wait and run for governor.
So that's Arnold at 26 on the left.
Yeah, he was special.
This is a different dude.
They hate him. He couldn't have looked better back then. Long legs.
But also had big calves. Like his son was going to hurt him as his calves. But God bless him for doing it. Jesus Christ. Biceps are peaking too.
Fantastic. Handsome too. Just a great face. Look at him.
But his son looks like him in the face.
He's a big Austrian. He's a big, handsome Austrian.
His papa's a nut.
Probably.
You want to know he is? He works with Doc.
Yeah.
It's very similar. Coachada Schwarzenegger. He definitely got those genetics passed down.
Now, I think in Terminator, Arnold, you see Arnold's dick in the shadow, and he's got,
when he's all naked,
and he's hanging well. I think he had a piece on him, and I appreciate that. He did a lot of fucking, you know that in Venice, California, back in the day, right?
He owns fucking Santa Monica.
Yeah.
He owns Lodo.
He did, well, I should say he did all the fucking, that's what he was doing. Sorry, he's doing well, by the way. I don't know if that's a real picture.
I'll tell you this. It looks pretty fucking.
But I hope it is. Yeah.
Damn, it says leaked meat.
Yeah, him walking. Let me see. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, back in the right there.
Yeah.
Dude, could there be a better time for a human being when Arnold was?
This is the gayest podcast in terms of like, not in a like gays. I mean like dudes who like talking about other dudes' dicks. It's like the biggest. Like I'm surprised they don't have a bigger homosexual following. All these guys do is talk about how tall a guy is, how big his dick is, packing heat, all that bullshit.
Yeah. Just a little less muscular.
Hopefully his son goes on to do some cool shit. Spencer Pratt. He's now number 2 in the oil race. And people are freaking out. Apparently some writer from LA Times harassing him, trying to leak where his kids go to school, his favorite restaurant.
Spencer Pratt.
That's the person LA Times is trying to do it. How could you not vote? This is my thing. When people are like, how can you vote for Trump? How can you vote for Spencer Pratt? Well, the alternative was Kamala Harris, which is insane. The alternative to Spencer Pratt is Karen Bass. So you're not giving us...
Who is Spencer Pratt? I'm so sorry.
Spencer Pratt from the OC to Laguna Beach, one of those reality TV series on MTV. He was kind of like, they call him a reality star. Like he came up in LA. He's a smart kid. His girlfriend, Heidi, was big on that show. He was a character on the show. You gotta think about, was that 4 years of his life when he's 16 in high school? You know? And when the fire started, that's when he was like, fuck this. Because his place got burned down. He was like, Karen Bass did not do a good job. I'm gonna handle this.
How is it going with that? The blue majority and the super majority in Sacramento. Anytime you have a super majority of anything, especially a bunch of socialists, it's not going to work out for you. I mean,
you're crazy if you don't think he's
dead. The business community is dead because these people are so hostile to anybody who's an entrepreneur. You know, and it's these city councils.
He's still pretty far away though. She has 25%. He has 11.
Yeah.
How the fuck can you continue to vote for us? Insane. But again, they might be saying the same shit I am. Like, well, it's either her or Spencer Pratt, the kid from fucking MTV.
Right.
Oh, this shit was fucking wild. This is a bus driver who ignored the train crossing. Did you see this, Brian? No. This one's insane, so just keep watching. Tell me the kids don't get it. No, they're fine. Well, I mean, they're fine physically, but mentally they're fucked.
Oh, boy.
Do you see how close that was? Look at how close this is. What's wrong with this fucking bus driver? Well, the car's in front of him, but now you can pull up now. No, but you're not supposed to.
Oh, man.
Oh, look at that, dude. That's wild.
And that would have been
I assume that bus driver's gonna lose their job. Oh yeah, she's in jail. Here's what's crazy too is when I was a kid, I rode the bus. There's no seatbelts. I always thought about that. Like, we're just assuming because it's a big bus and we'll be fine for you to hit. Now they have seatbelts.
Yeah.
Now we have seatbelts.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I can't believe we went so long without seatbelts. Buses still smell the same. I dropped Boston Tea off at the bus this morning. They still smell exactly the same. Just seatbelts now. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that same law, right? I mean, of course, seatbelts are very necessary, but they have the same law if your car is, this cheap many years, you don't need a seatbelt. You know, like classic cars, certain ones don't have to pass emissions tests because that's when they're, paid. The rules are,
That is crazy.
Well, the driver, go back. It says the driver arrested Yvonne Ham.
Just the worst fucking podcast. It's son of a bitch. That guy's got a hard one. It's Rabbi.
in 67 was immediately fired and later arrested. She now faces 29 felony counts of child neglect,
It's a felony.
along with reckless driving, negligence.
It's an account. It's a 1 count per child.
What she said. She even said that not gonna stop for no trade. Right. Well, you kind of have to.
Okay, well, we can't have you driving a bus anymore. Guys, take a little break. I want to talk to you about O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service, parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. I mean, all of them. Whether you're a car expert or a novice like me, they are there for you. They have the accessories in stock or either in the store or online. You never have to worry if you're in jam.
Dude, one-stop shop for everything you need. The professional parts people, O'Reilly Auto Parts, are one-stop shop. Auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. They have everything. So stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is the future. This is the future. This is the movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Like drunk, hungover. She doesn't look like life is going that great for her. So, you know, Jesus. Anyway,
Imagine how many be at her. Kids got hit in that train.
so much worse.
Those kids they're scarred, man. I mean, I just never live there. No, the kids will forget about it tomorrow. What? Yeah. It's wait till you have kids. Wait till you have kids, Jim.
They're not scarred.
Those kids are scared.
Also, I don't like that kind of talk, scarred. Like, then now they can't move forward.
No. You know, kids, something horrible happened, literally. But 2 hours later, like, we go on my
Fine, you're fine.
definition of scarred is different between you. To me, it's like it's going to be a memory. A scar is like something that's always going to be there. You're saying that they're not going to want to ride buses anymore? No,
It's unavoidable.
it depends on the kid too, though. Because like, nothing happened. If something happens, you're like, fuck that, never get on the bus again. Tiger, like, get on the fucking bus.
In life, you're gonna have close calls and all that stuff. That's always gonna happen. I love
I've had plenty of close calls,
Steve
but I'll never
Burns'
forget
joke.
them.
Steve Burns' joke is like, when my girl's like, you never believe what almost happened. It's like, nothing, because it's almost.
Yeah. She just can't be driving kids. She shouldn't have been driving in the first place.
What else we got?
This is Jake Paul on Theo's podcast again, and this is just some stuff about him talking about Mike Perry and Nate Diaz in the first season from the beginning here.
Mom's life, rest in peace, strike her down, God. Nate Diaz is the lightest and worst puncher I've ever fought. I never say the word, but I think it's like super offensive. I would never say it. When you see someone that's like, it's just hard to like comprehend what they're saying. If he beats Perry, I want Nate in MMA. I think it's gonna happen though. Do you think he could beat Perry? Yeah. They're just such both unique guys. What's the program you have with the charity? Parents of autistic children giving them like a day off. That's why this fight is awesome. Is like their parents are both gonna get hella days off. I mean, I don't see it, but yeah, I think they're fucking smart. I think they got the toughest fucking autism that there exists. Yeah, I wish I had that touch gloves kiss them, you know, that's what I'm if they were starting a company, would you invest in it? That's crazy, bro. It's a crazy thing. Somebody in there in the daytime. I'm pretty sure it's like 6. If it were like a dog catching business, fuck yeah, bro. If it's like, doing taxes and shit, nah. If it's fucking getting your money back from somebody down the street business, then take my money, fella. You got it. I'm in, dude. There's a female finally.
Dude, Theo's crushing it.
Theo's so funny.
No, he's the best. Because he had Nate Diaz on, which is probably the best interview you see with Nate Diaz because he felt comfortable.
Yeah.
So you get the real Nate Diaz, who's actually like a silly, fun guy.
Yeah.
And then you have fucking Jake Paul, who's a savage. And then he was that huge country singer. She's super pretty.
Oh my God, Ella Langley.
Yeah, he had her on. She's like the biggest
Have you seen her,
country.
No.
Nate, when the cameras aren't on, he's hanging out as a sweetheart. He's a sweetheart. And you see a little bit of that in the face. He's not a bad person. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, he'll have her shit. And she's actually like amazing too. Her songs, her music is awesome. She's huge. Some people have all. God gives both hands, you know what I'm saying? God said, you know what, we're just gonna make you beautiful and give you this voice and a work ethic and talent. Okay, go. Look at her. That's her right there with the glasses. Yeah, that's her. That's her over there too. That's her everywhere. I bet you've heard her song. I can tell she's from Texas. She's from Texas. Oh, that's a good. I can tell she's from Texas. She knows I can tell by the way. Yeah. She said by the way. She's fantastic. Yeah, she's pretty cool. Dude, crushed it. Yeah. This one. Well, I don't know. This is too violent, so not that one. Too violent. You don't see it, dude. God damn it. People are gonna cry about this. I know it. Okay, this is someone getting robbed, and then of course, thankfully he had a gun and he got his revenge. So, oh boy. But people will be mad that the guy stuck up for himself and shot him. No. People get sensitive sometimes. Hold on, you'll watch how this happens. By the way, these guys aren't even wearing fucking masks. How's this guy get the gun? Rabbi's smart. I love it. Yeah, no, definitely wasn't in America. Looks like he hit him. No, you got him, yeah. But there's not, obviously, it's not too many details. This is like somewhere out, probably either somewhere in Latin America or Brazil. Store workers robbed by two thugs to make sure they never rob again. Yeah, that's because he killed them, guys. Yeah, probably. Okay. Alrighty. What else we got? Let's see. Oh yeah, this is okay. So this guy was going in for a job interview, and he's in America. Essentially, yeah. So he's basically a spy, but they wanted to ask him a question to see if he was a spy or not.
I mean, I was in the process of saying like we get like a lot of imposter candidates, you know, particularly North Koreans, like posing as like people that they're not. So one of the tests that we do is trying to get them to say something like Kim Jong-un is a fat ugly pig. Could you say that for me? Stop. So Kim Jong-un, you know, the leader of North Korea. I should say like that. Yeah. If you could, because it's one test, so I know that you're not North Korean. Yeah. Is that? No. Yeah, really don't want that. Okay, no worries.
Yeah. Well, that's what you gotta do. Can you just say Kim Jong-un's some even even if you're in a regular interview though, that they said, you know, to say that about Donald Trump, but you wouldn't want to say it anyways, alright? Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, but if they actually say by the Iranian leader or Saddam Hussein, you could easily say it because you're not a fucking spy. Yeah. I'm just saying sometimes you just don't want to say certain things either. Maybe, but I mean, I think he's obviously, you know, they asked him, who will hire a fucking spy from North Korea? Oh shit. I love Trump is like, he's going to the end of civilization. 2 weeks. He's losing with the football Trump. He's going back and forth. Yeah. I didn't like what he said at Easter. Lost it. I don't care. He's at his mind sometimes. What's this chubby? It's a chubby baby. It's a cute little baby, but anyways, the baby was crying a lot in the class. Some people complained about it, so they actually kicked off the family. That's why it's so, I don't know. That's so gross that they kicked off the family. You fucking assholes. Just people go, kids. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up that you kicked them. That would make me so mad. I would sue. How are they allowed to do that, man? You ever paid? You want to get off of right after? You're a bunch of bitches, man. I'm on a flight to catch and get home or to see our family. I want to miss out. It's making noise. The biggest fucking asshole flying. One of the biggest assholes in this planet. You've heard some people making excuses saying, like, oh, someone has like auditory issues with their. I know, I know. Check them off. Where the fuck? Issues? I'm so sorry. You can't wait for the next plane? Yeah, I think it's funny. Stop lying. You just fucking put your headphones on like a normal person. What else you got? I think that's it. Let me see. What else? This one. Good. Where you gonna be, Brad? Irvine, California this weekend, guys. Friday, Saturday. Come see me. Irvine, California. Irvine Improv. Dallas, Texas. I'm at Haynes Comedy Club. April. My boys from East Dallas Diesel are gonna come to that show. Great. Fernando and all those others where I got my truck from. Oh, beautiful. They're the best. They live in Dallas. Also, come to the show. Love to see them. Probably the whole crew's coming. Well, tell them to come by. Come say hi. Honolulu, Hawaii. April 30th, May 1st. Oh, yeah. All right, kids. This is the Fine Kid. We're out.
It's the worst podcast in the history of podcasts. Is it? It's so bad. Bod. It's so bad. Bod. Is it bod? So bad. Why? So gotta get mad. I've got these dogs. Got a piece of them. Calm down, bro. What's worse? This may be even a worse podcast. I've never, ever recognized worse, like people who don't care.
She says, let's do an Airbnb. Let's do a themed Airbnb. So I go like this. No. A few days later, I go to the house. There is rock on the wall. Bro, there is a train coming out of the wall. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, just like show you use the love. Just rebrand it enough. Get stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the code. It's the
Hey, Chris, you're tie-tied today?
Oh my god, bro. Bro, I don't know what the fuck I do. Well, you know how I usually come in guns blazing. I woke up today.
Tie-tie shitty.
Bro, I woke up today and I'm like, oh, I guess I'll be this awake only because I can't wake up, dude.
So this episode's on air because I woke up at 2:30 a.m. Couldn't go back to sleep.
Oh, you're Australian?
I know. I had to
so we're all so
install. Yeah, and I was like, fuck it, let's just do it this morning. I've cut all of my hands. I'm so tired.
From what?
I have 5 shots of espresso right here.
Wow. Wait, so you cut your hands? Why?
Just dealing with the engine and the fucking
night.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, how about this?
What?
You know, yesterday I was in Austin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So Sunday night.
Oh yeah, like he responds.
Oh yeah, like you would have. Yeah. And I'm whatever with you. I'm still waiting on our dinner call. So Sunday, I got into Austin Sunday night. I had to drive like 30 minutes out of the city to go to this because I was shooting a movie. I'm doing one scene in this movie from Brent Pella. He's another guy creating his own. You know, him and Aristotle, Blake Weber on Instagram. They're making this movie. I did a bunch of sketches with them, Ricky Howard, and then so they're making a movie. So he said, "Hey, can you come do this scene?" So I had to fly in Sunday because come do this. So I had to fly in Sunday, then up early in the morning, and then after we wrapped, I'm tired all day, and then I had to drive an hour to the airport. Then I get to the airport, an hour home, and then I'm up in the morning. And then when I get home, Wolf is like, here.
It's the tie hour.
I got you, all of you.
There you go.
Oh yeah, I do.
There you go.
Oh, I got you beat. You've been waking up at 2:30. Go ahead. I went to bed last night at 11.
Okay.
Woke up at 8:30. What's going on?
Oh yeah, you have no excuse.
Yeah. So I got you beat because what's my body doing? I should be rip raring to go.
Yeah.
You guys, I get it. You're tired. What's up with my body though? I got
Did you work out?
7 hours and 50. No, I'll do it later. But it might be because, look, it might be because Saturday night I didn't get any sleep, 0. And maybe it's finally catching up to me, I guess.
Welcome to your 40s.
Yeah. But anyway. Oh yeah. Also, I am 46. It was my birthday, so we all had birthdays now. We got for long, right?
46, Bubba.
Did you? Or did you say it?
I don't know.
I usually do. Yeah, you're good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 46. Happy birthday. Thanks. So I'm good. And I've been trying to wake up being like, what am I grateful for? And it's hard because I really, really start thinking about what I'm grateful for, and then I just start thinking of things that fucking annoy me. Oh, I'm just like
You're almost me.
no. Well, we're kind of cut from the same there, but like, what the fuck is it like being human, dude? It's like, bro, does anybody wake up? You know those people that are just like, hell yeah, life, just living.
Oh, I do.
This is
Oh,
great.
I do.
Yeah,
Oh, I do.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
how do you do that?
Since I was a kid, I think you're born with it.
You do it,
I do it. I think you're born with it.
but you don't really do it.
Right
though.
now, he was shaped into that because
You're not really that
you
guy.
experience a lot of negativity. You carve a space in your head where it's like, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with that anymore. And you live in a different space.
Eric, since I was in high school, college, before all this bullshit,
Yeah, but
even with the bullshit, even my wife's like, how are you not affect whatever's going on? She's like, how are you not affected?
You know what?
What do you do?
I think that about you too, though. Sometimes I think about that. I just go like, when you're just in an even keel mood, you're like, I'm like, how's he doing that? Because I would be like, if I had UFC powers, you understand? I would be beating a lot of people's ass.
Yeah. Oh, I want to. Don't get it twisted. I want to. But I don't think I'd wake up happy in prison.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Or I would. Or even in prison. I just become like the ladies off Shawshank Redemption. And I'm trying to rape every shit.
oh yeah, the redhead guy.
Why would, of all the characters to pick in that movie, why would you pick the
alpha gay?
Yeah, the alpha gay guy. You could have been Morgan.
Yeah, could have been the wise
You could have
one.
been the old guy.
Could have been the guy who's actually a good guy that got there by mistake.
You could have
No,
been
he
like,
wants to be the gay fucker.
I could have been a fresh fish, you
you could have
guys.
been, you could have been get busy living, and this guy's like, nope, I'm jamming my cock in people's mouths.
Well, yeah, whether they like it or not.
Man, dude.
But yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit better this podcast because I know there's stuff at stake here. You know what I mean? And I know that I have to fucking, look, sometimes when people are tired, you got to do some extra lifting, and that's fine. Sometimes you guys do the extra lifting, mostly me, but it's like,
Yeah, because you saw that list of the utterances.
Tell him.
Your mouth runs a
sell the show.
No, but like I put golden hour into the AI just to see like can the editing software find who's talking. So it had to list off how many.
The fact that they call it utterances.
So it gave me the list, and it was like Chris was like at 310. I was at 300. Brandon's over here at 100.
I'm a spectator of the show at this point. I just
It was funny
watch.
on the live because like I was like trying to get his reactions, and he's just him.
Oh, that's good.
I was laughing.
Look at this. 291 utterances. I got 302 utterances. Even Nick had 7 utterances.
That's something about
Utterances, bro.
That's weird language. Yeah, utterances.
Okay, I gotta tell you guys something great. All right. So
Even Nick had 7 utterances.
that's something about
Utterances, bro.
That's weird language. Yeah, utterances.
Okay, I gotta tell you guys something great. All right. So
There comes an utterance.
here's an utterance. So we signed. Rachel signed Wolf up for soccer. So we go to this place, and it's like 2 to 2.5. So there's like a little area.
It's like wrangling cats.
Yeah.
Anything before 4.
So so I did it with him. So I go out. The coach Nick comes out as his name, and he's like, "All right, guys," and then he's like, "Okay, we're gonna run back and forth." And I'm telling you right now, I had the greatest time of my life, and I just at one moment I was just in tears because I was like, I don't think I ever did this. You know what I mean? And just the way he was like, the things he was doing it because other kids. I saw other kids, a lot of kids were just like, get me out of here, you know what I mean? And then, but for me, he was just in it, man, doing the obstacle course and kicking the ball and all this stuff.
And it's just starting, Eric. Wait, Bubba. It's just starting.
I was sore for 2 days, but, whatever, I'm going to get there, you know what I mean? And then
I feel like a Brandon with construction.
Yeah, that's me.
you just put his picture, you didn't even have to.
Yeah, it's just me.
Okay, here's something.
I have that outfit.
Here's something that takes me off. A lot of parents are there. Right. So the lady said clearly, one parent could be out there at a time. Okay? One parent. And now, why? Because there's a lot of parents, and if all the parents come onto the field, it's a mosh pit. It's a mosh pit, and okay. Here comes Rachel. She's I gotta take a picture.
Oh, what a twist.
Rachel's mom is there too. She's there too. So these two are just and I have to be the guy.
What a twist.
I gotta go,
Guys, you gotta regulate.
I gotta go, guys. But then they're getting mad at me. Oh, naturally. You know what I mean? They're getting mad at me and they're jealous. Both of them. And my thing is like this. Hey. See all these parents over there? They want to do it too.
Yeah.
It's called being considerate.
Y'all ain't special.
You're not special.
No, I would have
special.
You know what I'm saying?
I would have walked back over to the stands and been like, okay, then it's you. Look right over to the other. Look good.
That's exactly.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, I said, okay, you stay here.
Yeah.
But then Wolf was like, daddy. You know, and he talks like, see? But the thing was,
Sorry, well, mom and her mom are fucking it up.
And it's just like, it ticks me off when they put you in this position where it's like,
They got a hairy lower
I
back.
know, good grief, Nick.
God damn.
Are you wearing fur underwear?
Doesn't matter. He's
I
not
thought
taking
I was hairy.
I was like, is that Andre Arlovsky crawling through the screen?
And what's crazy about it too, it was still pink. You know what I'm saying? So it was like,
Wow. I don't
he's
know.
like a hairy lobster.
Honestly, it's totally fine, I think. And if it's like taking back shots, you know what I mean?
Hey, Eric, did you tell your wife and mother-in-law this ain't about you?
Oh,
Wolf's cooking.
well, no.
Wolf's cooking.
Of course I said that, and then that's when they got mad at me. You know? Like, grandma goes out the other side, and I'm just like, y'all don't see, you don't see all these parents over here going like this, like, being like, oh, well, I guess we could go out there. And it's like, no. Good on you. Good on you. I can't stand having to be the responsible.
I think I would have probably done.
You know what it is?
I
It's
literally-
white privilege. It's white privilege.
I think I would have done literally both of the things.
things. I think that if I was in your position, I would have been like, hey, come on. And I think that if I was in Rachel's position, I'd be like, let's get some fucking pictures. I think I would have been. I think I might have been crit. But check it out. Chris, I know that. And that's why they say only one parent.
Yeah,
It's because we all, it's because first of all, when you're watching 2-year-olds run around, it is adorable. Oh, yeah. So everybody's like, oh, I want to be so close to that. But it's like, hey guys, this ain't about you.
Right. It's not about you. It's and then also, Eric, it's just practice, right? We're talking about practice. Yeah. It's not even a game. You don't have a jersey number yet.
First of all, they're not even really doing soccer. The things they were doing had nothing to do with soccer. We do it a red light, green light. Yeah. And I'm like, where's the soccer at, man? We're dying. My kid was like, because Wolf was like, they had like the little soccer net, and there was like 10 balls. He takes them all out, and he kicks them all into the goal. I was looking like, you seeing this? You seeing this? Coach Nick, what the hell are we doing over here? Rachel was like, yeah, I'm trying to document it, but you won't let me. Yep. Yeah, I know.
But Eric, you gotta be careful because when your kid has some talent, then there's some jackass like, I could train him 4 days a week
for
just $150
$150
an hour.
That's not gonna work on air. That's not gonna work on me.
Your kid's gonna show a glimpse of talent, and then it's off to the races. I've seen it a million times.
Eric's gonna try to use his points on his credit card to get the fucking trainer. Oh yeah.
You take points?
Be like, you take United miles. No, I'm gonna be calculating this out. If I use my United miles at Marriott.
You guys are joking. I had a baseball hitting coach. He doesn't work with me anymore. I go, so what I owe you, man? He goes, man, I was thinking we could like trade out the privates for some truck parts. I need a supercharger for my truck. I'm like, no, buddy, Bubba, just what's your rate?
Oh wow, man, that's
I'm not giving you truck parts.
Wow. Okay, here's an ashtray. Thanks. Truck. You said truck. Yeah. Hey, it was in the truck.
That's funny.
The top gear shift. Yeah. It's a little. Dude, wow. Today we were driving here. I was with my kids. I was in the car, and dropped you off. They dropped me off, but no, they didn't. I dropped them off to the house in Hollywood. Oh, whatever. It's boring.
You still have the house? You didn't sell the house in Hollywood?
No, we're doing it, and we're making it an Airbnb.
Oh wow!
And it's awesome. It is. I gotta show you videos.
I don't buy it.
About
I like
what?
what he said. Just the whole thing.
The whole thing. It's unbelievable.
He's
skeptical. No. Let me as in what?
Just overall. No, just the whole delivery.
Well, yeah, I don't care. But yeah,
offensive. Yeah.
No, I'm not. Offensive. I don't expect. I don't
It's not like UFC. Don't fucking watch it.
I don't expect.
You got it. Yes. You got it.
Well, I don't know if I do this, but
you got it.
I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't really know what's happening right now. I'm dead serious. Put up the scoreboard. When you won. Put it up. He gets one. I get zero. Whatever. Can we just talk about the fucking thing? So, I didn't mean I don't care what you have to say. I just mean like I don't care. Can we just?
It's fucking fine. I love it.
No. I don't expect you to like what I'm about to say. This is my whole thing. Eric, on the other hand,
I bet I'll enjoy it.
no, I don't think you'll. I honestly don't think you'll care. Even I don't think you'll care. But this is awesome.
I asked you about the sale of the house.
Yeah, but
It didn't go well, so it's an Airbnb now.
no, I got offers, and I didn't take any of them because they were too low. Yeah. The market's bad, so what I wanted to do was hold on to it, right? However, if I hold on to it, it's a fine. It might be a good investment. Who knows? So,
Oh yeah, in that area.
right. So, but the point is, I'm still paying a mortgage every month.
Daddy has double mortgages.
I got more double, bro. I got triple. I got 4 mortgages. Okay.
Why? What happened? Are you Floyd Mayweather? What happened?
Right now. So,
How many families do you have?
one. So I've rented some out and all this shit. I'm a business, okay? So
The original is this the original condo that you used to live in? You still own that one?
yes. Hell yeah, baby. So
I remember that one.
So I'm like, fuck this. If they're gonna lowball me, I'm gonna keep it. Okay. Now, the mortgage is a lot, so I'm like, okay, how about this?
Let's take a break. Man, this is interesting. Do you have life insurance?
Well, yeah, but it's like, what's going on?
I mean, you gotta have life insurance. You never know. I heard a story about a guy, really rich dude, just dropped dead at 50 and didn't have anything.
Yeah. It's crucial. You get life
Never know what
insurance.
can happen. So, Ethos makes getting life insurance fast and easy, and it's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes.
You get the same day coverage, right?
Same day coverage.
Yeah, there's no medical exam. You just answer a few simple health questions, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage. You hear that? Some policies are as low as $30 a month.
Yeah, I mean, you want to secure your family and your future and make sure you're leaving a legacy, you're leaving something behind, especially if you own a home. And look, you'll get the lowest rates from their network of trusted carriers. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 4,000 reviews. Take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quotes at ethos.com/golden hour. That's ETHOS.com/golden hour. Application times may vary, rates may vary.
Oh, no, actually, it wasn't me. It was Kristen was like, let's make an Airbnb. I was like, I don't really want to do that. Okay. So I said, if you can convince me what to do it, then okay. All right. So she said, no.
That's not a shoot.
But she said, okay. She comes back like a few days later. She says,
With a PowerPoint presentation.
exactly. She says, look what I did. And I go, oh, fuck. Okay.
No, Kristen, she probably built a model
Yeah.
of the whole thing. Like, and these are the people going into the thing.
So this is unbelievable, guys. This is truly awesome. You said you don't buy it. This is unbelievable. Okay. This is not awesome. No matter how you cut it. Okay.
This is the kind of thing we should say. And tune in next episode to find out what he's talking about.
No. So she says, let's do an Airbnb. Let's do a themed Airbnb. So I go like this. No. Right? So say no. That's great. So she says, but we stayed in a themed Airbnb before. And I go, when? She says, when we took the kids to Disneyland and we did they had like a, I don't know, it was like a Disney one or something, or Incredibles. And I was like, yeah, that was okay. I guess it was good for the kids. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to kill this. So I was like, challenge accepted. So I go, all right, well, what's the theme? She says, I'm going to make it like Harry Potter, wizard stuff.
You had me at hello.
So I go, I don't think I had you. I have you now.
You have me now. Because Rachel and I and Wolf are going to stay there.
I'm still on the fence.
It's not for you. I don't think so. It's Hogwarts. So it's a
Parents with
wizard.
kids.
You know. Yeah. So I go. She paid everything. I go. What did you think? I go. No. So she gets a guy that does this. Does a the business thing. They have like 60 of them. They make fucking money. Right?
Yeah. So like a Stranger Things one, I bet.
It's just
Mario.
all sorts of shit, you know? Yes.
Luke is on board now. Coming with his thing.
With ideas for himself.
Yeah, his ideas. Yeah, Stranger Things.
Stranger Things would crush. Mario would fucking crush right now for kids.
So
I'm on the fence about this Hogwarts.
okay, that's fine. So I'm saying, she starts showing me photoshops of what's in the rooms. And I see these photoshops and I'm like, that's not our house. And she's like, yeah, it is. This is the room with the thing. I was like, that's a whole different thing. She was like, I said, okay. I said, who's going to do this? It's going to cost $300,000. She says, no, it's not. I'm going to do it. I need this already. So I say, so look, she's really talented with this shit.
I know
you know. She
should have done it on her YouTube channel.
I kept trying to convince her to do it.
Oh, that would have been great. Turning your house into Harry Potter.
No, she's filming it.
Marketing.
She's filming it. But so I say, she's beyond talented with this stuff. Like it's crazy. So she said, I'm gonna go to that house and I'm gonna start and I'll be gone for a few days. And I'm like, oh really? So I said, okay. A few days later, I go to the house. There is rock on the wall, bro. There is a mailbox inside where a kid can like push a button and it goes letter to invited to the Wizard Academy.
Wow.
There is a train coming out of the wall. A little train. This train is huge, bro. And I go,
that's platform 9 3/4.
yes, it was.
Oh, 9 3/4.
And I go,
can I ask you this though? Do the bathrooms say men only, women only?
So, dude, she's like, I'm gonna make Zoiko's joke shop, and then what's the candy place, and then this is gonna be the office. The wizard thing's gonna be the bedroom, and I'm like, it looks. I go, who did this? She said, I did it. I was like, you're fucking an insane person, bro. And then the dude told me like what you could charge per night. I'm like, oh, bro, I'm gonna retire. It's so, bro. I don't.
Patreon from there.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, 100%. But I genuinely am thoroughly impressed. And dude, it's gonna be. You gotta see it, bro. It's gonna be so unbelievable, dude. I don't care about this shit. So I get it.
No, I'm into it, and it's a great story. I'll give you that. It's a great story. I'm just not into
wizard stuff. I know.
If it could have been anything else, I'd be so excited.
Yeah, but it's not
so excited.
The point of the idea.
How do you know? I gotta come to LA in May.
Yeah, your girl would change it into like it would be a mechanic's house or something. Then you'd be like, what?
Yeah. Oh,
No,
sick.
if it's Ted Bundy's house. It's Charles Manson's
That would
house.
do great for kids.
Yeah. Well, that's a different idea, which is
Yeah.
also a good idea. Come stay at the murder house.
It's a fine idea. It's definitely not a good idea. It's not a great idea.
Yeah, there's a lot of serial killer heads out there.
Yeah, but you want to do it for families.
That's actually
It's just all.
But what you say, because families and kids don't like Harry Potter and pictures and stuff. It's like you
Yeah,
should
they
do.
did it in 2000.
2009.
I'm conduit. I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, excuse me.
When's the last time Harry Potter came out?
Actually, there's a new audio book. There's a new show coming out.
Yay! I'm talking about big boy movies. Big boy movies. When's the last time big boy movie came out?
Do you mean a Harry Potter movie?
Yeah,
and that's you're saying that's a big boy movie?
Oh, yeah.
They're about to start a new series
On HBO.
They're redoing the whole thing.
Dumbledore's got like a crack problem.
Yeah, snake
Yeah. Fucking, you know there's gonna be some trans and gays in it. It's gonna be fucking popping.
just to make her mad.
Yeah, exactly.
I think this is a great idea. It's like I love the ingenuity of it.
Look, I'm not a wizard guy, but this shit.
It's not even about that.
No, I know.
It's just about like she came to you and said, "What I like is the follow through."
Yeah. Oh yeah.
A lot of people have that.
No, she's a go-getter.
Yeah.
I like that you contributed. She was like, I got an idea how we can make some money, and then fucking did it.
I don't think that was her motivation.
No, yeah, it was part of it.
A little bit, because she knows it's stress on Chris for the sound payment.
Percentage of the motivation was about making money for her.
I think a lot.
You think so?
I do, yeah.
Oh, that's
Well, I think making money to help out the family, not for her.
No, yeah.
No. I'm saying I feel like a lot of the motivation too was just like.
Oh yes. No, she loves doing it.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, she loves doing it. No, she loves doing it. It's so weird.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I'm like, it's so far from what I like to do.
Is there a show? Is there a show on this? Like people that do those makeovers in the.
I don't know.
There should be. You should crush on them.
Anyway,
She should be like it should be like bar rescue with her, and it's just like she just comes in and she doesn't even scream at people. She just goes, "Get out of here!"
Yeah.
How would you list it? Putting Harry Potter.
We're not. It's just a wizard thing. It's not a Harry Potter thing. It's a wizard thing. But yeah, it's yeah. But we anyway, this will be ready in like 2 months.
That's awesome.
It's actually crazy.
That is cool. That story's so much better than I thought.
Hey, what do you know? Mr. Fucking Judgmental came around.
It's just your face. I think it's because you're tired. You know? It was just the way he does it. Usually he's all excited about it. Your eyebrows pop up. And this one, you're like, no, I'm stoked about it.
People are asking for our next live.
Are they? Yeah, I know. Well, now I was waiting to see if he was going to come to LA.
It's looking good.
It is okay. Well, that's in what 2-3 weeks.
May. What is that? When's that fight, Nick? May 16th.
Yeah, May 16th.
Okay, so that's it. Yeah, a month, I guess. Almost. Or yeah, no, more than a month actually.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 weeks. Well, yeah, if it's gonna happen, then we should do it live in Los Angeles somewhere. I mean, we can.
Eric was like, "What about Cobbs in San Francisco?"
Cobbs.
Did I say that?
Right.
Did I say that?
No, I
He said Irvine and Brea.
Yeah, I said that.
Well, it depends on how you're coming. He's probably out for like 2-3 days, but like, I mean,
Yeah.
You don't want to drive out to Irvine when you can go out for 2-3 days, but
How about Vegas in July?
yeah, I'm looking all into it.
Don't they do that around July 4th weekend?
That's Chris is there 5th and 6th. July 5th and 6th.
What are you there for, Chris? Shows?
Me, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
But you're like doing family shit. That's a good one. Well, whatever, we can talk about
They
it.
can do it in Vegas.
We can figure that
It depends. Is there a Ted Bundy exhibit there?
Oh, no. My boy Zach Baggins has the haunted.
I don't know. This flew over your head, but yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, no, I know.
No, we can film it on Patreon.
Right, just, yeah.
You know what, guys? Sometimes in the bedroom, you're feeling a little.
You're not the only one, too.
Sometimes you're just not yourself, and
A lot of guys wait longer than they need to take action, and the difference now is getting real treatment is simple through HIMS, and it's 100% online.
yeah, you don't have to go to some weird waiting room where you're looking around at other people with dick problems. No, HIMS connects you with licensed healthcare providers online, giving you simple access to legitimate ED treatment options from home. Like I say, no awkward appointments, no weird pharmacy lines.
Just complete a simple online intake and provider will review your information to determine if treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your treatment ships directly to your door in discreet packaging.
That includes Slidinafil. That's the prescription, the medicine book, Slidinafil. Generic. It's known as generic for Viagra. Anyway, whatever it is, it's known as generic for Viagra. So there you go. That's what that includes. Available through Hims at up to 95% less than the brand name version. So Slidinafil.
To get simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more.
You need to point for me when you say hair loss.
Hair loss and weight loss and more. Visit hims.com/golden. That's hims.com/golden for your free online visit. hims.com/golden.
Prescription required. See website for details and important safety information. Sildenafil is the generic version of Viagra. Viagra is registered trademark of Viatris Specialty LLC. Hims is not affiliated with or endorsed by Viatris.
You guys ever go to Memphis?
Memphis is hell.
Okay, let's
I went
see
there for a
what's this about?
Mafia concert. Why?
NBA players definitely agree. Tell me when you want these stopped. It's 2:48.
Wait, hold on. Is this about Memphis?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I haven't seen this. Memphis is
Great food.
hell.
Okay. Man, I used to hate flying into Memphis.
Oh!
And you had one for crack. Oh, man, we gonna stand that west. I'm walking across the street on game day to get to the. Like, what's your least favorite? Everybody's gotta have one.
Oh.
Food there is good though.
Yes.
Wow. Thousands of people have slept in this bed.
Yeah.
Especially.
Wow.
Should be dirty.
Yep.
Until one time I had stains and shit on the bed.
Yeah.
Stains. They broke in. No, they ain't breaking in. I'm saying they broke in. Yeah, but Memphis they might have also broken in. For sure. Shout out. Shootout. Nah,
Memphis. We should probably be in Nashville. Should be an Eastern Conference team. Adam, let them just do us all a favor and take the team to Nashville. No harm, no foul, relocate.
Yeah.
It's a swap. Get out of arena.
I'm into this, bro.
classic.
I like it too. No foul.
He tells a story about the sprinklers going off on their roofs.
Oh,
and the
dude.
hotel didn't want to do anything.
Oh man, Memphis is just got. You know what Memphis has to do? Be part of another city and just make that whole city big to wherever that is. Like it is. I mean, look, I get it has culture. I understand the food's great. The food is great, but I mean, dude, it's. Oh God, dude, have you been? Once. If somebody said what's that's what comes to mind to me. That's so funny that all these NBA players are saying.
Is it Elvis in Memphis? But his
I don't think he
Graceland's in Memphis.
Oh, he might be still alive. No, he's just alive. He's a documentary.
So he wasn't. Graceland is.
That's like all the alien stuff right now. This is like really.
No, I just can't. I'll just say this. I can't believe Memphis. That is just. That's so interesting that all the NBA. That's funny. Is it the Grizzlies?
Yeah.
Look at your boy now.
Memphis Grizzlies.
And it's in the summer, bro.
Well, they're about to add. They're trying to add a Vegas team and bring the Supersonics back to Seattle. So then there'll be an even amount of teams in the NBA. Yeah.
They are going to bring Supersonics back.
Yeah, but what they would have to do though is because both those teams are on the West Coast, they would have to take two teams and put them on the East Coast. And they're thinking one of the teams is either going to be Minnesota or this one here.
Is Gary Payton.
God, I'll tell you something. The only sport I don't keep up with, the one I keep giving $2 about is the NBA. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I love it. Traveling. So.
What do you mean? Oh, the actual travel down there. Yeah, that changed. That sucks.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't. I hope that
I hope baseball starts to get more popular.
Baseball's crushing it.
You know, but yeah, I would finally, you know what I mean?
The past 4 years.
What's up with you been working out?
Me or Nick?
You.
Oh, yeah.
How often?
Every day. So every Saturday, Sunday, Castilla's game.
So 5 days. So it's not every day.
Monday through Friday.
So every day except Friday. Monday. Okay. So.
Well, no, but Saturday and Sunday, it is a workout. I get so many steps in because I'm on my feet all day.
No, that's good.
8 days.
I mean, you should work out every fucking day. But yeah, 5 days a week is great. And so it's lifting, wasn't it?
All lifting.
But the boys are in school right now, right?
Right now, they get out in an hour.
Yeah, man, it's like, I don't know what's going on right now in the world. Oh, dude, with the fucking tweet Trump did today?
What did he tweet?
Tonight, well, there will be the end of a civilization, talking about Iran. Nobody saw it?
God, he's fucking up his devil, man.
Dude, you know what's annoying, too, is, like, everyone who was, like, it is kind of annoying, honestly, that nobody has, or at least I haven't seen anyone be like, you're right, I pushed to vote for him, I shouldn't have, and I fucked up. Nobody's doing that.
Well, because they're not doing it, because what was the alternative? Kamala Harris?
No, I understand that
there's no alternative, so you can't be mad at the people that voted for it.
No.
What's our fucking alternative? Some bitch that didn't win the primaries? Who's out of fucking mind? So it's like, yeah, maybe everyone's fucked up, but it's like, we didn't have a ton of options.
No, I understand that. I think it's like, this is the kind of just, no, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? No.
Let me read this. Hold on, let me read it. Won't be quick. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is like, I don't know. Wow. This is just, even what he said on Easter, I was just kind of like, what he said? It just wasn't, what the fuck? The whole thing is like, it just doesn't feel presidential. Well, no, it's beyond that with him. You know,
we're talking about a whole civilization will die tonight. It's like, you think we voted for that, bud?
Well, that's the thing. Wait. Can we stop? Hold on. I'm not saying the Democrats didn't fuck everything up. I'm not saying that. Kamala, Biden, all that stuff was crazy. But, you know, yes, we needed other options. Yeah. You know, and the world was fucked. And, this is crazy. Guys, let's just go through this for a second. This is what's crazy about this guy. Listen, the first sentence, fine. Well, we go back to it, Nick. What are you doing? Okay. You see what it says here? A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Probably will. Like, that whole thing is crazy. It's so crazy because, you know what I mean? And then he goes on to say, however, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary and wonderful can happen. This is very contradictory. Yeah, in the first sentence, he says two opposite things. Yes. He says, the whole civilization will die tonight. And then he says, it probably will. Yeah. Yeah, which was
the same thing in the sentence.
No, I know. It's all. Who knows? So this means nothing. No. Well, it definitely means nothing. You don't know what it means, but that's the fucking scary part. Yeah. It's like, don't say it. Yeah. Figure out, and what's with the fucking people around him? This guy. Well, you want to talk about somebody that got yes men around him? Well, of course. Yeah. What are you supposed to do? Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, what are you supposed to do? Like, what? You know, you think he's typing that? You know, imagine the aide. Imagine the aide that is just going like this. Right. And sing while he's like, Trump's on the toilet, you know what I mean? And then sing the whole, you know, and he's just typing away. What's he supposed to do? I mean, this isn't even on like anything real. This is still on his Truth Social. I mean, I don't think he tweets or anything. He just puts it on that, and then everybody takes it from that and puts it on that. This could even be fake for all we know. True. You know what I mean? You can't believe anything. Gavin Newsom, he tried to pass a thing about that you have to put a watermark that it's AI on stuff. Yeah, I think that's good. Wow. But that guy.
It's going to take him 12 years to get
I know. Yeah, but just good thought. I saw this thing about property tax that they're trying to, like, take away the amount, the percentage, limit the percentage
that you could raise property tax. He's trying to demolish that. Oh, really? Jesus. It can just go up to whatever. Yeah. It's a fucking. They just want to take people's homes away. It's such a fucking scam, bro. Yeah, property tax is the hugest scam. It's such a fucking scam, bro. We're still renting. We're still renting. Yes. Even if you pay it off, you're still renting. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, what do you do? At least you're renting a fucking Hogwarts house. That's cool. At Marathon gas stations, every stop is the start of fun. Like the awesome fuel savings you can get with Marathon Rewards. Join Marathon Rewards today. Start earning rewards on every gallon of gas. You can redeem rewards at any time, saving up to $1 per gallon. And don't forget, Marathon stations are packed with all the conveniences you need to stock up and live life on the go. Marathon, where fun runs on full. Available at participating Marathon locations. Terms and conditions apply. See marathonrewards.com for details.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is the mantra. This is the mantra. This is the movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
He's always talking about like when he was going, him and Rogan were going at it in the press. He's always talking about California has this and has that. It made me think of Chris Rock's bit. So you want me to give you credit for shit you're supposed to do? Right. This guy's always talking about stuff he's supposed to do. Yeah, but all the shit he was saying, Ellie's already has nothing to do with him. I know, but I don't care about the good things. Like the good things, if you're a government official and you want to get credit for like, hey, our schools are good. Hey, bitch, they supposed to be. Yeah. You know what I mean? No, I want to talk about the homeless. Right. I want to talk about the high taxes. Right. Don't tell me all the stuff that, hey, we're doing this. Yeah. But yo, can you use that with your job? What are you, a wife? Yeah. You know what I mean? Oh my God, it's so frustrating. I just, look, they were both bad options, and I didn't know. I was like, pick your poison. No, of course. Crack or meth. Yeah. And so but the problem is the people that chose crack, they need to acknowledge. It's true. Yeah. That's all. I mean, I don't know how you look at this and you go. When the Democrats admit the entire fucking COVID thing was a scam, and I love that shit. So either side's gonna apologize. No, I understand that they should. They should just be like, it's not what fucked up though. I know, especially people in power. But it's just so weird. It's just people that I just. It's crazy how politics. And you can be wrong. I don't even mean real politics. I think there's a level of social media politics that that kind of like sway how we feel about things based off like, oh well, we think this is what stuff was supposed to be. Because like I realize now, like I saw somebody in a mask yesterday. Yeah. Oh God. I know, but see, that should not be the feeling. I know. I totally agree. No, it is though. It is though. No, it shouldn't. People were wearing masks for other reasons before COVID. Yes, they're called Asians, Chris. Asians only. Now that the white. No, I know most Asians. Here, you think the mask is your issue? No, I get it. Not your cholesterol. My point is, even when you see an 80-year-old with a mask on, you go, "Come on, bro." But it's like maybe, maybe no. But I think that's because of like what was going on. So now we're like, we're not keep getting. I'm not disagreeing with you about the fucking hoax or the craziness of how fucking COVID was, But you just want to look back. No. But if you see a young girl in a mask or a young man in a mask, if you see a young man in a mask, you're compromised. You're a giant pussy. That's what you think, yeah. That's what you think. Of course, because it's true. It's true. Most likely. Some people have like autoimmune thing. Most likely that's true, yeah. Yeah, but I know that, but I still, I don't like that. No, I know. I'm with you. You know what I mean? I don't like that. That's my thought. Yeah. I see that, and I had this visceral reaction when I saw somebody in a mask.
It's like, dude, they're just do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. Wear a mask.
Yeah, but it's like you have this thing, and I go, ugh, that's like
It makes me be like this fucking
Dude,
idiot.
I look back. I was looking back on my podcast during 2009. During that time, and then I'm just like, I want to just remember some of these comments that people were saying.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? And I almost want to comment. Hey, remember?
Oh, that's so funny.
Hey, remember this? Remember when you were saying this about, And I'm like, turns out you're full of shit. So like,
Eric, you're in movies.
You know what I mean? It's like
you doing that.
I know I didn't do it. I'm just saying I want to do it. You know what I mean? It's just like you go. It's just weird, like how politics shapes this. Fake politics shapes things. You know what I mean? And everybody's a part of it. Even like that one Asian guy Rogan loves. I love that guy too. He's like James Lee, the conspiracy guy. I love watching him. And then one time he had something where I was like, "Oh, you're bullshit too." And it's like, "Oh no, you're putting up stuff that's like, oh, okay, this is for content." And I'm like, "Oh, I hate that. I hate feeling that." It's like, come on, man. Like we gotta have something that's real. And it's like you're on the internet and you're like, okay, now you might say something like say that Trump tweet is fake. How do we know? And then somebody has to come out and be like, nah, man, that wasn't real. None of that was real.
It's almost too late.
Yeah. It's too late. I remember, you guys ever seen that Sarah video where he's like yelling at the director?
Yeah.
I thought that was real.
It's actually
Which one's fake, Eric?
I mean, this was a long time.
It was a long time. It was
Just a fucking fake.
Was it Batman yelling?
No, it was a long time.
No. This was
It doesn't matter. About 15 years ago.
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
Oh no.
No. This was recent.
I missed the actor's name though.
Michael
What's the
Cera.
actor?
Michael Cera.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
So you might be talking to somebody and be like, "Oh man, did you see that thing?" But if somebody go, "But it's AI, man," now you're like, "Oh no."
It's easier for humans to believe and remember the sensational lie than it is to remember the amendment afterwards. You don't, of course. Yeah, like when you hear fucking, look, when you hear, this person fucking died, and he didn't.
Yeah.
That's still something. Richard Gere. Remember that thing was, he puts gerbils in his asshole.
Yeah, it's all fake.
No, he doesn't.
I know, it's all
That's
fake.
still the thing. You're like, because you don't remember. Exactly. You don't remember the fucking actual truth more than you remember the sensational lie.
Yeah, but why, Chris? I think it's just in human nature where they want people that do great things to fall. So it's like, you see, Michael Cera's an asshole. Look at this.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
It's fake.
Yeah,
I heard he's a great guy.
They pick about 3 people that are beautiful no matter
To
what.
that point, though, this is what happens too. We don't know anything about that guy, and maybe you heard one story that you thought where he wasn't nice to someone. You see a fake video, and then you start to go, "You think that's fake?" You go, "Well, it probably would have happened." That's the next thing that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, he probably would, and that's how stuff gets out of control. But I mean, it's like I don't know, man. It's just frustrating because what's real, And it's like the fact that things go out in the news cycle so fast.
But you know what the answer is? Don't put too much emphasis on social media. Fucking touch grass. Go with your kids. Fuck all this noise.
But that's the way people consume all of their media now, man. It's not even just. That's how they get their news. They get their information. I want to ask y'all something about this, about AI. So like I redid my website. It's boom, love it, whatever. But in the future, will we even need a website? Well, I think the future is going to be you're going to have all your information on the cloud. Okay, because this is what I mean. If Crystalia is my favorite comic, thank you. The reason why you have a website is because you go, oh, let me see where Crystalia is playing. Yeah. But if you have your own AI agent now I'm just going to go, hey, such and such, tell me where Chris is playing. Is he playing near me? What do the tickets cost? And what's the route to get there? Should I fly? Whatever. That's how things are going to go. Yeah. Like if you're a website designer or creator right now, I'm so sorry. Oh, dude. You're not sweating bullets. Your job's done. Literally, your job's done. Like, and this happened in
Eric made a website.
Dude, and let me tell you something, and the shit is dope.
Well, yeah. It's better than the guy he hired earlier.
Dude, I got I got so much stuff on this thing now, and it's so easy to change the stuff now, man. You know, you got your tour dates, you got, you know. By the way, I will be in this Instagram thing right here. The code, see, the code made that for me. I asked for what I wanted. What do you say? Watch my specials on Tubi. What do you say? What do you say to it? No, I said I want to put my Instagram thing. So I said, well, here's the options. You could do one way. You could go get one of those outside things. Yeah. But I didn't like it because when you clicked it, it went to that website. I wanted it to go to Instagram. So it gave me the step-by-step. I had to go get this API thing and put it on, you know. And then said, okay, I'll format it for you how you want it. And then, boom, here it is. You know, and so, and then, you know what I mean? And I got my Cameo stuff on there. I keep adding stuff. I added my Patreon. I got my bio. I got my store. I got my, you know, I'm like, okay. I'm saying, this is how you do. What I'm saying, though, is like, if you're a website designer now, how are you still in business? Because people don't want it. It still seems too cumbersome for people, but that's going away. Yeah. Right. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is, what's the next evolution? Yeah, something like what you're saying sounds right. And I don't think that the evolution of this is going to be this, because right now, everybody that's selling AI, it's like that Asian guy that was like, learn how to make real estate, learn how to make money on real estate. So he's making money off of telling people how to do it on real estate, but not real estate. That's what AI is right now. Right. Everybody's making money on like, hey, you know, let me teach you how to do AI. Sign up for this. I could use some lessons. But you know what, Rabbi? You'd be surprised. You actually don't need lessons. You can talk right to it. They can teach you. And AI teaches you exactly. Like, it was like there's this whole thing about they have these credits for like Claude Code, for instance. It's like you can only use it for this amount. They're capping it because they know they're like, wow, this is out of control. But you can tell I said to the thing, okay, let's maximize how we use this. Let's be more lenient on how we use these credits. It's like, okay, but we'll hold credits. But yeah, because it's like you can only use it for a certain number of time, and then once you've used up that, you have to wait 24 hours or whatever, or however long to do what? To use it again. Use Claude. Yeah. Even if you pay for it. Because, that's how they do things. It's like there's different tiers. That's how they're making their money. I'm assuming you have the $25 one, $200 one. Right. Yeah, and you know what? And I realized completely worth it if you're in that. Yeah, if you have a business. If you have doing the thing. But it's like if you're paying it, because let me tell you something. For the website now, I just go, April 18th. I just got something. I tell it. Yeah, you tell what? You tell Claude. Yeah, I go, I'm going to be at the Ontario Improv, April 18th, 2 shows. Here's the link. Okay. And then put it in. And then it just shows up. It just shows up on my website. When? Like this. Instantly. You know, because I put my stuff in there. You know what I mean? So since we're on my schedule, let's go to my schedule. Maybe make that podcast. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Hey, Claude, maybe make a podcast. Well, you know, my manager's assistant hit me up and was like, hey, it's artists with an S at the end, space first. And I didn't have it like that. I said, oh, my bad. Hey, change any instance of this, change it to this. And it did it. So here, I'm going to be at the Ontario Improv, 2 shows, April 18th. North Iowa Comedy Festival, April 24th. Then in May, Raleigh Improv. And go down, Nick. Go down. And then if you want to see me with Matt Wright, I did this too. I said, I put this picture of Matt, and I said, like this. I said, look through my calendar of all the dates I'm going to be with Matt and make a list for me and put this picture up. And they were right? Yes. Wow. Yes. So boom, and there it is. And I said, I don't need it too big, just make it so people can see. You can also catch me with Matt on tour there. You know, so what I'm saying, to get back to it, is this is the kind of thing where you go, wow, right. Now the next step is like, now it's like, you know, video editing and all that kind of stuff. That still needs some work because the computer itself can't figure out. But what it can do is the base work for you. Yeah. So it's like, and I'm not scared of it. I just want to put this message out to people. Like, if let's say you're a video editor, for instance, and you're trying to charge somebody, hey, I'll make clips for you. Yeah. So now don't tell me you're going to make 2 clips a week. No. Use the goddamn AI and give me 50. Because now I know how this shit works. $5. No, for real. Like, cause that's what it was. I remember when I was paying this girl, and I realized the amount of money I was paying her. I was like, now I think about it now, and I'm like, oh my god, that's outrageous. Right. So what I'm saying is like, so it will help people with the base work. And so now it's just like you use it. You should all try to use it so you can improve what you do.
Also, you're talking about
giving Eric a cut.
but also you're talking
No,
about
I'm just saying if you're not on top of this now, you're gonna get left behind.
Also,
That's all I'm saying.
Terminator 2. But also you're talking about like AI advancing civilization to where you don't even really need money. Like
That's the next.
like okay, so
We'll be dead before that.
no, maybe
I don't know, man.
but maybe
You
maybe
guys
yes.
will for sure be. No, but like Elon Musk's, like I wish he wasn't half the time crazy.
I know.
You know what I mean? I wish he was half the time crazy because the dude does. He's on the cutting edge of certain things, right? But one of the things he said recently was, "Hey, young kids today, don't go to medical school." You know,
Absolutely.
he was like, "Don't go to medical school because in the future it's going to be we're going to have robots doing this stuff." And there's a part of it that you go because I don't know if you ever needed to go to the doctor, but people that need to go to the doctor for a certain thing, you have some ailment. That's when you find out they don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know, that's when you find out. You go and they're like, "Oh, well, yeah, sure, blah blah blah." But then
They send you to a specialist.
they send you to a specialist. Even that person's like, whatever. But now even the medical stuff on the AI is coming to the point where you're like, okay, here's my symptoms, here's this, and then it gives you a list of things it could be and this kind of stuff. And so I think that the doctors are going to start using that stuff. Now when you go in and you're going to go into a machine, this is how I think it's going to happen. That one you went to scan,